Going down with the ship? Just taking one last look around. A lot of memories here. Did you know that Merv was sitting right there when I agreed to go to dinner with him that first time? It seems like such a long time ago. Remember that night you and I came in after calisthenics? The look on his face when he thought we were seeing each other. So many good times. When I got promoted to chief engineer, we were all sitting here. We even had non-syntholic drinks. I remember you had a hell of a hangover the next morning. That's the one part of that night that I remember. I'm still amazed you weren't late for your duty shift the next day. I almost was. Lucky I had Leslie to... It's okay. After what happened between you two, it's still hard to talk about. Even after all this time, I think that's how it's supposed to work. After what happened with Bradley and I... Doesn't seem like any members of this crew have had much luck with relationships. Present company accepted, of course. So how long has it been since you spoke to her? Just over a year. I kept hoping she'd come back to me, but not so much as a subspace hello. I understand she's supposed to attend the ceremony tomorrow. Bradley, too. Maybe a chance for both of us to patch things up, Are we interrupting? Mind if we join you? Please. Captain, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll go and have one last look at engineering. Excuse me. Renee! Doctor, go with her. Leslie, how long is this thing between you and her going to go on? I shouldn't be here. What is with you two? On today of all days, can't you two just get along? You saw the way she looked at me. After what happened between us, I don't think she'll ever talk to me again. I happen to know that's not true. She still carries a torch for you. The last time we saw each other was when Captain Prentice was promoted. She wouldn't even look at me. It was still too soon. She took what happened pretty hard. She wasn't the only one. Maybe, but it's time to put it behind you. Jennifer's right. When you see her at the reception tomorrow, try to talk to her. You might just get that shot at redemption. Renee? Renee, wait! Renee, wait! Renee, give her a chance. Doctor, you of all people should appreciate what happens when a heart breaks. As much as I might want to, I can't. Now, if you don't mind. Sorry. It's hard to believe we're really saying goodbye after all these years together. Let's not dwell on that. While we can, let's just try to remember the good times and think good thoughts about the future. I'll drink to that. We all will. To absent friends. Get to the bridge. Now. Report. The planet's beginning to break up. What the hell? These readings don't make any sense. Leslie, talk to me. Tectonic stress readings are off the scale. The crust is starting to break up. It's like the planet is simply disintegrating. That can't be. What was that? The planet's starting to break up. Torsional stress is starting to throw off debris. Some of it struck the station. How long do we have? At this rate, less than 60 seconds until the whole planet tears itself apart. We have got to get out of here. We can't just abandon the people on the station. Moorings are starting to buckle. Kendra, the people on that station are already dead. And if we don't get out of here now, so are we. I don't like it either, but there's nothing we can do for them. Release the docking clamps. Get us away from the station. Is Renee still in engineering? She is. Ronston and Mitchell, we need impulse power now. Already on it. Reactors at 40%. Why is it taking so long? The ship was about to be decommissioned. We weren't expecting to have to start them up again. We're clear of the station. Raising shields. Coming about to course 242, Mark 53. Impulse reactors at 64%. The planet's core is going critical. It'll go at any second. All ahead, emergency flank speed. Impulse reactors still at only 80%. Leslie, get us out of here! If we engage now, the reactors could blow 90%. Close enough. Punch it! We're clear of the blast radius. Reverse angle. Survivors. Sensors indicate no life signs. We need to find out what caused this. Get me Starfleet Command. Captain, I can't raise Starfleet headquarters. Try the emergency channels. I have. Twice. There's no response on any channel. Set a course for Earth. Maximum warp. We're secure from warp speed. Now entering Sector 001. Scan for temporal anomalies. Radiation levels are off the scale. How long until we reach Earth? 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Any response to our hails? Negative, Captain. All Starfleet comm frequencies seem to be dead. That doesn't necessarily mean there's anything wrong. It could just be interference from the temporal radiation. If that were the case, we'd still be able to pick up the lunar nav beacons. 1 minute to visual contact. Any sign of activity at Utopia Planitia? Nothing. It's like the whole planet's gone dark. 30 seconds. Kendra, calm down. Stress is bad for your blood pressure. I'll calm down once I know Earth is safe. Visual range. On screen. It's the same phenomenon we saw in the Alphecca system. Some kind of temporal stress seems to have torn the planet apart. I've never seen anything like this. Jennifer, you're with me. Where are we going? Main shuttle bay. Kendra, what are you hoping to find down there? I don't know. Maybe, somehow, there are survivors. Kendra, look at it. There's no way anyone survived this. Maybe, maybe not. But until I see it for myself, I can't just walk away. Altitude 100 kilometers. Speed 5,000 kph. Steady on that. The atmosphere contains high concentrations of sulfur dioxide, difluorine, and carbon monoxide. Average temperature is almost 600 degrees Kelvin. It looks like the entire crust has disintegrated. The surface is covered with magma from farther down. Clearing the lower cloud layer in 3, 2, 1. Nothing left. The whole planet just gone. Fall well to Captain Ronston. Go ahead, Doctor. Captain, another ship has entered orbit with us. Their commander is asking to speak with you. They say it's urgent. Put them through. This is Captain Kendra Ronston of the Starship Fitzgerald. To whom am I speaking? Kendra? Merv? You two finished? Merv, what the hell is going on? I think we'd better discuss that in person. Shattered. From what we can tell, the entire space-time continuum throughout the Federation has been shattered somehow. What you saw in the Alphecca system and here at Earth is being repeated all throughout the quadrant. What's causing it? I wish I knew. There are pockets of temporal instability all across Federation space, and from what we can tell, the effect seems to be spreading. There are only scattered pockets of the present left intact. Even in those areas, there's been so much damage to subspace, it's next to impossible to maintain a stable warp field. We found that out on our way here. Took everything we had just to make Warp 2. We still don't have an answer to the most pressing question. What do we do about it? I'm afraid we haven't figured that one out yet. We've tracked these distortions to their source, so that's where we start, and we'd better hurry. Our best estimates show that we've only got about 5 days before there's literally nothing left at the present. The 4 of you return to your stations and start making preparations for a sustained warp flight. I want to be able to maintain at least warp 7 until we reach our destination. I'll join you in a few minutes. Unless I'm mistaken, it still says Captain on my uniform. Move! That's an order! A bit harsh, wouldn't you say? You look just as beautiful as ever. That was a waste of a perfectly good, heartfelt sentiment. I'm sorry. What did you want to discuss? This mission is going to require that we employ every asset we have at our disposal. I need to be sure that we all have our priorities in order. Kendra. Captain Ronston. Right now, we're the only hope there is of stopping this disaster. Merv, I can appreciate that you want to mend fences, but now is not the time. For the time being, we need to focus on the task at hand. The situation being what it is, the regular chain of command can't help us. You and I hold the same rank, but no, you're right. You've been in command of the Fitzgerald for almost 6 years now. I'm an engineer, always have been. You should take charge. Tell me what you need. I need to know how widespread this effect is. The Fitzgerald will investigate the source, but if we're to have any hope of counteracting this effect, I need to know how far it's spread. Kendra, with all due respect, have you lost your mind? You've only got 5 crew members aboard, and the 2 of them that are trained scientists can barely stand to be in the same room with one another. Wouldn't it be better if my crew and I, you and your crew, can best contribute to our efforts by getting out there and assessing the situation and reporting back to me with your findings? Your ship has a full crew and faster warp engines, and as you so helpfully pointed out, you're an engineer, and I'll wager so is everyone else you have with you. You're better equipped and better trained, so the job falls to you. Fair enough. I'm glad you agree. Now all I need from you is to know where I have to go. Are you sure we should split up? I should come with you. Imagine my relief to have your support. The coordinates, now. As best we can tell, the source of this disaster is the Vander system. The Vander system? Never heard of it. No reason you should have. It's been uninhabited for almost 4 decades, ever since an accident on one of the planetoids almost wiped out the entire sector. It's been designated a Class 2 navigational hazard. Apparently someone didn't get the message. Alright, if that's where we need to go, then we can't waste any more time. Get started on that survey, and then meet me in the Vander system in 2 days. Hopefully we'll have some answers by then. Good luck, Captain. In my experience, there's no such thing as luck. But I appreciate the sentiment just the same. Approaching Vander 4. The time distortions are much more intense here. Looks like Mr. Ronston was right. This is definitely where they're coming from. Life signs? Doesn't look like it, but there's a lot of interference. The local continuum is highly unstable. Can we transport down? The question isn't if we can. The question is whether we should. Explain. Whatever's happening has left that planetoid a mess. What atmosphere there was is completely gone, and what's left of the crust is highly unstable. That may be, but the source of these temporal distortions is somewhere down there. We want to solve this, that's where we need to be. See if you can localize the distortions and follow them to their source. Already on it. Looks like the source is near a mountain range a few kilometers off the central axis. Some kind of structure. Let's see it. My God. Most of the structure has been destroyed, but some of it's still intact. Sensors are reading extremely high levels of radiation, and some odd energy signatures I can't identify. Any sign of survivors? No, but with all the interference, that doesn't mean anything. There could be 100 people still alive and we'd never see them through the radiation. I'm going down there. With all due respect, I am aware of the risks, but there's no way I'm sitting on the sidelines for this one. And there's no way I'm letting you beam down there. Captain, Commander, Regulations do allow the captain to lead an away team, as long as they're accompanied by appropriate armed escort, and chances are you'll need an engineer to retrieve whatever information may still be in the computers. And with all the radiation down there, it couldn't hurt to have a doctor along. All right. But Doctor, you're staying here in case we run into trouble. Renee, Jennifer, you're with me. No life signs, but the radiation levels are so high they're interfering with my scans. Somehow I don't think there's anyone left who could pose a threat. I'm picking up traces of a strange resonance frequency. I've never seen anything like it. I have. We have a bigger problem than I thought. A lot bigger. You don't know the half of it. Bradley? Bradley, what are you doing here? The same thing you are. Trying to find out what's going on. How did you get here? We weren't picking up any other ships in the area. This was too important for me to be anywhere else. Doctor, readings here are consistent. 3.47% displacement. Just as I expected. It's accelerating exponentially. Bradley, what's going on? We should discuss that on the Fitzgerald. Dr. Garr and I have a few things we need to finish up here. We have a shuttle nearby. We'll meet you on the ship in 20 minutes. Captain, you'd better take a look at this. What have you got? Traces of human DNA. I found it on most of the surfaces here. It's badly degraded, but I think I've managed to identify it. You're not going to believe this, but it appears to belong to Dr. Garr. That's not unusual. He and Bradley have been here longer than we have. He's probably touched everything here. Maybe so, except that these traces are days old. From before this place was destroyed. And there's a lot more of them than you could explain by even a thorough examination. And that's not all. There's a second trace, also spread around the facility in the same manner, showing the same degradation. Commander, you look like you've seen a ghost. Out with it. I know it's impossible, but I've identified the second trace. Take a look. Are you sure about this? I ran the analysis 3 times just to be sure. There's no doubt about it. This facility was maintained by Dr. Garr, and based on this, it looks like he had help from Captain Gaius Rafe. Isn't he dead? Yes, he is. Go back to the ship and have Dr. Falwell verify these readings. If this means what I think it does, we're in a lot of trouble. You can't be serious. Omega! Deadly serious. There are no molecules down there now, but our tricorder readings make it clear that there were not that long ago. If there's Omega down there, no molecules, just trace elements. That makes me feel so much better. This situation is getting stranger by the minute, and I'm not sure I like what all the pieces of this puzzle are adding up to. There's no doubt about it. This is definitely Gaius's DNA, and that first sample you gave me came from Dr. Garr. Will someone fill me in on what's going on? I only wish I could, Doctor. Unfortunately, at this point, I don't know any more than you do. Doctor, did you find anything unusual in either of those 2 samples? There was a slight phase shift in the cellular RNA that I couldn't account for, and the DNA from Dr. Garr showed some pretty strange anomalies. Strange in what way? I'm not sure yet. I'll have to sequence the DNA to get a closer look. Shouldn't take more than a couple of hours. Get on it. Kendra. Gaius Rafe is dead. He's been dead for almost 17 years, ever since that mission into Dominion space. You know it, I know it. Jennifer, I don't understand it either. But remember what Bradley told us 10 years ago, about his experience in the other timeline. That's a disturbing thought. It is at that. Maybe if we... Call to Ronston. Go ahead. Captain, the Admiral's shuttle has just come aboard. He and Dr. Gar would like to speak with you immediately. Acknowledged. Ronston out. They don't waste time, do they? Lucky for us. Let's just hope they know more about what's going on than we do. Let's hope. Kendra, there is one other thing we should deal with. You're talking about Leslie. That's right. You're my acting first officer. I'd like to hear your opinion. On the one hand, we're short-handed, and we need all the help we can get. But you and I both know that when she left Starfleet, she swore she'd never set foot on a starship again, especially this one. Elizabeth and I practically had to beg her to come with us for the decommissioning. What's your recommendation? She's been away from Starfleet for a long time. If this disaster hadn't sprung on us, she'd probably be back on Casperia Prime by now. To be blunt, I don't know what we can expect from her, and that makes me nervous. She hesitated at Alphecca, and as a result, we almost got killed. Couple that with what's going on between her and Renee. Are you suggesting I relieve her of duty? Like I said, we're short-handed. I'm just saying, she's not a Starfleet officer anymore. We can't take for granted that she's going to act like one. And given everything else that's going on, I'm just not sure what to think. I understand your concerns. But the fact is she's here, and she seems willing to do her part, at least for now. That has to count for something. True. But I strongly recommend you sit down with her and have a conversation about the past. Or maybe I should say, about the future. Recommendation noted. But at the moment, we've got more important things to worry about. Let's just try to focus on the immediate problem for the time being. We'll worry about Leslie when, and only when, she gives us a reason to. Agreed? Agreed. Good. Now, let's see if I can get some answers from our guests. It was my counterpart that did this. The one from the other timeline. There's no question. Only he could have dreamed up something like this. It sounds unbelievable, but considering everything else that's happened today, I'm not sure I have a better explanation. Especially after what you told us about the other timeline. We never did find out what happened to him. We thought he'd been killed when his ship exploded, or pulled down into the black hole, but we thought he was dead twice before that, and turns out we were wrong. Twice. All right. Let's assume for a moment that I buy all this. Let's assume that I buy the notion that his evil counterpart from another timeline somehow made his way into this one and is wreaking havoc all over again. Let's also assume that somehow Captain Rafe is back from the dead and for reason or reasons unknown has teamed up with this other Gar, Dracus. That's what he called himself in the other timeline. Dracus. Sounds like something out of a children's story. You said exactly the same thing. 10 years ago, when we were trying to figure out his true identity for the first time. And obviously I thought it was absurd in that timeline as well. Whatever Dracus has done seems to have caused irreversible harm to reality itself. Even after everything you told us, I find it difficult to believe he'd do something like this intentionally. Actually, I'm not so sure it was deliberate. Doctor? The Admiral made it very clear that from the start, this other me, Dracus, was fixated on the notion of time travel. Once we started there, the rest all started falling pretty rapidly into place. Go on. It's simple. He went back in time. He what? Think about it. The fact that the Admiral here originates in another timeline, the odd readings we took after the Battle of Sector 585 10 years ago. All right, that makes a certain amount of sense. So how do we fix this? I don't know. I'm not my counterpart. I don't have the expertise to undo this. I know just enough to know we're in big trouble. Just not enough to know what we're supposed to do about it. Can you tell me anything that might be useful? You're not going to like this. Well, we can't repair the damage here, in the present. Things have simply progressed too far. But if we can't... I'll wait just a damn minute. It's the only way, and we're running out of time. So you want me to take the Fitzgerald back in time to repair the damage his other self did. By doing what, exactly? Our theory is that if we go back to a point in time before any of these changes occurred, we'll be able to intercept and spare me the theoretics. Out with it. We have to ask my past self for help. Or rather, his original self. The one that started all this. I don't have the expertise to fix the problem. Only one person can help us now. And this would be the same person that started all this, according to you, over nothing more than a broken heart. That's right. That's crazy. Captain, we don't have a choice. The only way we can stop this from worsening is by asking that other version of me for help. According to the Admiral, he knew everything there is to know about temporal theory. I know just enough to know we're in trouble. He would know how to help us. Hopefully. Putting aside the question of messing around with the timeline more than it already has been, assuming he has the expertise at all, what makes you so sure that other Gar would be willing to help us? The answer to that is simple. There's no alternative. We want to save the here and now. This is the only way. Even if I accept everything you two are telling me, that still leaves us with one small problem. If we're to have even a hope of pulling this off, we have to travel back in time. From what Admiral Prentice is saying, we have a pretty small margin of error. Too far back and we risk polluting the timeline, for whatever that's worth. Not far enough and we miss our window of opportunity. 8 days. I beg your pardon. We've only got one chance to get to him, and that chance is exactly 8 days long. If we can't get to him before he gets thrown back in time, this whole song and dance will be for nothing. So how are we supposed to pull off a time jump with that kind of precision? We'll have to do the same thing that Dracus did, and follow him back. In case you didn't notice, his method relied on one of the most unstable substances in the universe, and look what happened as a result. Fortunately, in this case, we know a few things he doesn't. It certainly is a big green rock. We don't have to duplicate Dracus's methods, just the result. As best we can tell, he used the energy release from an Omega detonation to propel himself back in time. Is that possible? Theoretically. Dr. Gar says it has something to do with forming a Kerr loop from superstring material, whatever the hell that means. In any case, the energy signature gives us a pretty good idea what we have to do. Which is what, exactly? We found some samples of boronite ore in the lower levels of the laboratory. My hunch is that Dracus didn't care about leaving them behind, because he didn't think anyone here would know what to do with them. But you do. In fact, I do. About a year ago, Starfleet discovered a supply of boronite on a planet in the Badlands. It was too dangerous to try to synthesize any molecules, but after some experimentation, we found a way to use the ore to create a controlled energy release. It would only be a fraction of an actual Omega detonation, but that's all it would have to be. The reason there's so much temporal damage now is because Dracus used a detonation that was a lot more powerful than it needed to be. And because there was a temporal displacement involved, the shock waves disrupted time as well as space. I'm sure this is all very fascinating, but it doesn't tell me how we're going to use this rock to go back in time. We use it to overload the warp drive. If we channel the energy surge through the main deflector dish, it should be enough to send us back. If we modulate the energy release precisely enough, we should end up in the same time frame as Dracus. You just got done telling me how unstable this stuff is. Now you want to use it to deliberately overload the warp engines. Forgive the expression, but time is of the essence. I don't like this any more than you do, Kendra, and if there were time to come up with another plan, I'd leap at the opportunity. But this is the only way to make this happen in time to do any good. Doctor, do you agree with the Admiral? I don't like it any more than he does, but he's right. It won't be long before the entire space-time continuum comes apart at the seams. We get one shot at making this work, and this is it. Kendra, risk is part of the game if you want to sit in that chair. Make it so. To generate a large enough subspace field, we'll need to reach at least warp 8.8, but there's been so much damage to subspace, we're likely to have a hard time finding a stretch of intact space long enough. Couldn't we just navigate around the edges of the distortions? We thought of that, but if we so much as skim one of those distortions at warp, we've had it. The only way we can make this work is if we find a long, unbroken stretch of space that's intact and free of distortions, and make our run there. Alright, I'll go to Astrometrics and start scanning. Renee, get busy with this ore sample. I want to be ready to initiate the overload within the hour. Doctor, you will assist. Make sure we can do this safely. I don't want our engines to explode when we power up. I'll take care of it, Captain. Jennifer, have a look at the structural integrity grid. I want to make sure this ship can still handle the stress of what we're about to do. Aye, Captain. Leslie, I need you to recalibrate the deflector relays to channel the energy surge into the warp field. You got it. You have your orders. Let's go to work. Captain's log, stardate 74825.6. With only 7 crew members aboard, it's been slow going, but after several hours, we've got the Fitzgerald as ready as she'll ever be for our trip back in time. That just leaves one question. where we go next. The continuum is in worse shape than we thought. It's not simply that subspace is degrading. Other time periods are actually beginning to emerge into ours. My God, how bad is it? By my estimates, only 12% of Federation space is still intact. In Sector 315, it's now 2368, the early stages of the last Klingon Civil War. Sector 221 is now the late 23rd century, right around the time the original Enterprise relaunched. How many time periods have you identified so far? Over 150. Tell me you have some good news. We've calculated that we need about 5 light years of smooth seas to accelerate safely to warp 8.8. Now that's not going to be easy. We not only have to find a place with enough room to make the run here in the present, but whatever site we choose will also need to be safe in our destination time. We don't want to crash into another ship or a piece of interplanetary debris as soon as we arrive. No, we don't. So what are our options? I've scanned as much of the sky as we can see from here. There's nowhere left in Federation space with a large enough undamaged area to make the run. Then, that's it? I didn't say that, but it will be dangerous. That's Cardassian territory. I'm afraid so. The only region of space that will be suitable both in the past and the present is here, in Sector 113. That's well beyond our border with them. Maybe it is now, but not before 2381. Remember, in those days, the Setlik Accords were still in effect. Cardassia didn't demand we hand those systems over until a few years ago, when we finally accepted Bajor as a full member. If only we knew then what we know now. In any case, this is the only site that's suitable both in the past and the present. We have to make our attempt there. By now, the Cardassians will have scanned the area. They'll know that as well as we do. You don't honestly think they'd take issue with us crossing their border under these circumstances? We don't know that. But like the captain says, we don't have a choice. If we get spotted, the Cardassians won't be very happy with us. But if we do nothing, they'll be the least of our worries. Captain, shouldn't we wait for Mr. Ronston to get here? He's supposed to arrive in less than 12 hours. We can't afford to wait. Even at Warp 7, it'll take at least that long to reach Sector 113, and by then it may already be too late. If we do our jobs right, everything will go back to normal. Merv and everyone else will be safe, and everyone who's been killed will be left unharmed. I'm counting on it. You said something, Doctor? It's nothing. Leslie, set a course for Sector 113, best speed. Dismissed. You wanted to see me, Doctor. I finished my analysis of the DNA samples from the Vander lab. And it doesn't make any sense. The more I study this DNA, the more confusing it gets. The helixes all look like they've been torn apart and then patched together over and over again. And that's not all. There are traces of synthetic heavy metals that I can't identify. Sounds to me like Dracus is lucky to be alive. Based on what I'm seeing, I don't understand how he could be. Unfortunately, that's about all I can tell you. I've never seen this kind of damage before. We're all doing the best we can given the circumstances, Doctor. I'll take any piece of information I can get, whether we know what it means or not. Doctor, for better or for worse, you're the closest thing we have to a counselor on board. I suppose so. Kendra, what's wrong? The shock is starting to wear off. and the enormity of our situation is starting to sink in. I've seen you keep a level head through some pretty rough scrapes over the years. This time it's different. Aside from the fact that we're only 7 people, this isn't the same family-friendly atmosphere you're used to, is it? No, it isn't. The problems out there I can handle. It's the ones in here that scare me. How so? It doesn't feel like we're one crew anymore, and I'm developing concerns about our ability to function like one. You're talking about the tension between everyone, something we've never had before. Exactly. I'd appreciate any insights you might have. I understand how you feel, but I also understand how they feel. You can't blame Jennifer for wanting to feel like she's doing something. Anything. She's a captain who's not in command. That would frustrate anyone. I suppose it would. And as for Leslie and Renee, there are no easy answers. Circumstances forced them into a situation that neither of them was ready for, and they're having a hard time dealing with it. There must be something I can do. It's been my experience that patients facing a difficult recovery need something to focus on, something to keep them from losing hope. They need encouragement, and they need to hear it from you. Thank you, Doctor. And as for Renee and Leslie, remember that you're their captain. That means you can't always be their friend. Encouragement. I can do that. I hope. Captain on the bridge. Status. Velocity is holding steady at warp 7.1. We'll cross the Cardassian border in just a few minutes. Any sign of activity from the Cardassians? Not yet, but I doubt it'll stay that way. Renee, are we ready? Boronite reaction chamber is online and standing by. I've also transferred engineering controls to the bridge. We can make adjustments from here. Good work. I'm not much one for giving speeches. Captain Rafe once told me that we can't always be ready for everything life throws at us. But as long as we stick together, nothing can stand in our way. Well, I think he'd be proud of us now, but not as proud as I am. I won't lie to you. Everything is going to get a lot harder from this point on. I know we have our problems. I know the situation is far from ideal. But I also know that we are the finest crew in the fleet. And if we do truly represent humanity's last, best hope for survival, then I can't think of anyone I'd rather have on the job. Now what do you say we roll up our sleeves and get to work? Yellow alert! Any sign of Cardassian vessels? Sensors aren't picking up any warp signatures. Kendra, we have a problem. I didn't authorize any problems. We should have anticipated this. The curvature of space in this region has badly degraded since our last astrometric scan. It's not as stable as it was. Can we still make the run? I think so, but we're going to have to take the additional instability into account for it. I have eyes, Admiral. I can see for myself. I'll have to adjust the warp field geometry to compensate, but we can still do it. Captain, we've been detected. I'm picking up 3 Cardassian warships, Habitian class, on an intercept course. They'll be in weapons range in less than 2 minutes. Snap it up, Doctor. Energy flow matrix, adjust for subspace instability, increase power to field regulators. Doctor, 45 seconds. Deflector field emitters synchronize with antimatter regulator. Doctor, that's it. Let's do it. Leslie, you heard him. Punch it. Engaging warp engines. Velocity holding at warp 4. Heading 228 Mark 47. Steady on that. Begin acceleration at preset interval. I'll adjust field modulation as we go. Cardassian ships are closing. They'll be in weapons range in 35 seconds. Will we be able to hit warp 8.8 before they catch up to us? Negative. And it looks like we'll have to fight for it. Red alert! Kendra, even under the best of circumstances, we can't stand toe-to-toe with 3 of them. I know. Cardassians are hailing, audio only. On speakers.
Federation Starship, this is Legate Fernac of the Cardassian 12th Order. You have violated our territory. Surrender or be destroyed.
Like hell I will. Arm weapons. We're at warp 5.7. Estimate we'll reach warp 8.8 in 2 minutes 27 seconds. Cardassian ships are entering weapons range. They're locking on. Aft shields at 76%. Reverse angle. Congratulations, Captain. You wanted them angry, they're angry. Warp 6.4. Shields at 52%. Damage to decks 2, 4, and 7. Aft torpedoes, full spread. Shields at 22%. Direct hit to the lateral EPS relays. We're losing speed. Attempting to compensate. Hit them with everything we've got. Full offensive salvo. Warp 7.1. Warp 7.2. Shields are gone. Warp 7.4. We're not going to make it. Renee, Look! Hailing frequency, now. Channel open. Merv, what the hell are you doing? Rescuing a damsel in distress. We'll hold off the Cardassians. Go! Merv, you can't possibly... Go! The Wayman is drawing their fire. The Cardassians are breaking off. Good work, Merv. Can we still make warp 8.8? It'll be rough, but we can do it. And let's do it. Everybody, hang on to something. Warp 8.2. Warp 8.3. Hull integrity at 70% and falling. I'm increasing power to structural reinforcement. Warp 8.4. 8.5. Hull integrity at 55%. 50. Keep it together, Renee. 8.6. Captain, we don't have enough power to make 8.8. The power grid has been badly damaged. Transfer all available power to the warp drive. Take it from life support if you have to. 8.7. 8.72. 0.4. The Cardassians are reversing course. They're coming after us again. The Wayman has been destroyed. 8.78. 0.79. Everybody hang on. Boronite radiation levels are rising. Warp 8.8. That's right, Dorothy. It was all just a dream. Doctor? Doc, she's coming too. Thank God. How do you feel? Like a supernova went off inside my head. You took a pretty bad fall on the bridge. 2 broken ribs, 4 ruptured vertebrae, and a nasty concussion. The inertial dampers failed when we transited back to normal space. Lucky our relative velocity was already below danger levels. Otherwise we'd have all... I get the idea. Take it easy. I've repaired the neural damage, but you still need time to recover. I wish that were possible. But time is one thing we have in short supply. Just give me something for the pain, that's in order. Is there a problem? The entire main power grid is offline. It took several direct hits during our battle with the Cardassians, and that trip through time just made things worse. All we've got is emergency power, and that's only going to last another 48 hours. After that, we're dead in space. How much time until Renee can make repairs? You'd better talk to Commander Mitchell about that. She and everyone else are in main engineering. Tell me we at least have turbo lifts. One small bit of good news. I don't think anyone was too thrilled at the prospect of crawling through 47 decks of Jeffries tubes. Thank heaven for small favors. Your equilibrium is going to be off for the next few hours, and those ribs are going to be tender for a day or two. Without the medical replicators, I'm afraid I can't do much about the pain. I've endured worse. I know I'm wasting my time saying this, but you should take it easy for the next 24 hours. Your concerns are noted, Doctor. Doctor, you're with me. We'll be in main engineering. No problem. I'll just wait here. Doctor, tell me you have some good news. Is that in order? Yes. Oh. Well, we're alive, for one. Barely, by the sound of it. Where are we? Leslie managed to use emergency thrusters to get us into the Azure Nebula. We should be safe from prying eyes, at least for the time being. Where'd we end up? According to the time-base beacon at Starbase 218, the current stardate is 52437.2. 1432 hours, in case you were wondering. Deck 36. I don't think I ever thanked you. Thank me. For what? For your assistance. We wouldn't have made it this far without your help. Think nothing of it. I didn't have a choice. There must be something we're overlooking. Let's go through it again. We can stare at these figures until doomsday, but it's not going to change anything. Try thinking positive for a change. And how are we supposed to do that? By keeping a cool head. Captain on deck. Bradley, that's really not necessary. It's good to see you up and about. More or less. I'll be fine. What's our status? To put it simply, we're in trouble. Just about every primary system on this ship has taken damage, including the main computer. We've got 3 hull breaches and more microfractures than I can count. Life support? Well, emergency life support is holding for now, but I can't guarantee it'll stay that way. And once our emergency power reserves run out, it won't make a difference either way. Repair time. That's the other half of our problem. We can patch the breaches in the hull, but the power grid in the other systems are another matter. We need replacement parts to make repairs, and we don't have them. Don't tell me. Let me guess. That's because this ship was about to be decommissioned. I'm afraid so. And without the ODN network, we don't have replicators to make new parts. That's about the long and short of it. Great. So what do we do about it? First things first. I'm not comfortable with 48 hours as our window of opportunity. Is there any way to improve on that? The nebular gases might contain compounds we could use to run the fusion generators a little longer. If I recall correctly, the Azure Nebula contains high concentrations of ceruleum. If we use the Bussard collectors to gather ceruleum, it could buy us a little extra time. How much time? Maybe another 24 hours. At the most. I'll take it. Now, regarding our larger problem, much as I hate to sound like a Vulcan, logically, when you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the solution. Meaning, if we don't have the parts we need, and we can't manufacture them ourselves, then the only option is to get them from someplace else. Well, we can't exactly put into a starbase for repairs. If we show up with only 7 people aboard, I think someone might get suspicious. Not to mention there's another USS F. Scott Fitzgerald out there. What? Oh no. Me and my big mouth. Jennifer, it's not as if there's a better option. You're telling me we have to sneak aboard our own ship to get spare parts. That's absurd. It's dangerous. It's risky. And we're going to do it, aren't we? And you were afraid this would be dull. This is going to be a challenge, but it's also an opportunity, one we can't pass up. How do you figure? We duplicated Dracus's experiment and wound up here. That wasn't by accident. So we know he's after something in this time period. We just don't know what. In the here and now, our past selves are just coming back from the Gamma Quadrant. They're at Deep Space Nine for some R&R. It's right around this time that they learn the truth about Dr. Gar for the first time. Dracus. He may look like me, he may sound like me, but he's not me. Don't call him by my name ever. I'm sorry, Doctor. The point is, that's as good a place as any to start looking for answers. I hate to bring this up, but what if we're discovered while we're over there? Wouldn't that run the risk of changing history? History has already been altered. Twice. Believe me, the timeline I came from was an absolute nightmare. And our present isn't much better. It goes against everything I believe in to say these words, but trust me, any history that leads to that outcome isn't worth preserving. So, if we're not concerned with preserving the timeline, why not just ask our past selves for help? Oh, don't go there. Now, there's no guarantee they'd help us, or even believe us for that matter. And asking them for help would raise too many uncomfortable questions. We're taking a calculated risk as it is. We can't predict how any changes we make in the here and now might affect things in our present. I think the safest course would be to minimize our interaction with this time period, get what we need, and then get out again without being discovered. As I said, it's going to be a challenge, but it's also a valuable opportunity. I'm convinced that whatever Dracus is after in this time frame has something to do with us, or at least our past selves. This is a perfect opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. We can't afford to pass it up. I still don't like it. But if both of you think we should do this, let's do it. All right. Leaving only the question of who goes on our little raid. Any last-minute orders? Stay alive. We shouldn't be gone for more than 16 hours if all goes as planned. We'll be here when you get back. I'm counting on it. You shouldn't have any problems while we're gone, but if something does go wrong, Dr. Gar will be here. How'd he take the news that you weren't taking him? I left that particular honor to Jennifer. I have no doubt he won't be pleased. I just wish that... Something I can do for you, Doctor. In your ready room. Offhand, I'd say something's troubling him. I wonder what it could be. I've been dealing with this for a lot longer than you have. He may have changed, but I'd like to think I've mastered the art of being intimidating since I made captain. Go on, I can handle this. Doctor, you have the bridge. You neglected to give me a spot on the away team. That's right. Do you want to tell me why? Doctor, I'm really not sure this is the time. Don't give me that. I want to know why I wasn't given a chance to participate in this mission. Elizabeth needs someone to help maintain the ship while we're gone. A crippled starship holding position inside a supernova remnant does not require my expertise. Not for the few hours we'll be gone. Try again. All right, you want the truth? Fine. The simple truth is you've been acting strangely this whole time, and that worries me. Prentice put you up to this, didn't he? What's he got to do with this? Never mind. What's this really about? We're taking an enormous risk. To stop Dracus and prevent a disaster in the future. Bradley, Jennifer, even Leslie. There's no question in my mind where their loyalties lie. But you, from my perspective, you're something of a wild card. You don't honestly think I'd do anything to jeopardize our chances of success. Doctor, to be honest, I don't know what to think. How do I know you won't do the same thing as your other self did? Walk away from everyone who's counting on you to go chase down some personal vendetta. Simple. I'm not him. Forgive me, but that's hardly convincing. I remind you, the Admiral and I were prepared to do this by ourselves. The only reason we agreed to let you join us was because we could use the help. But I don't have time to argue with you. If you're determined to stand in my way, I'll do this without you. Doctor, try me! Besides, if it really is my evil doppelganger out there, who better to help find him than me? I know how he thinks. I may see something that no one else would even consider. You need every edge you can get, and I'm a fairly substantial one. Except that if it is your evil doppelganger, as you so eloquently put it, he'll know that as well as we do. Except that if we know he knows that... Captain, at some point you have to take a step back and take a chance. And you think this is one of those times. I do. In fact, I think this is the one time when it matters the most. For the record, I don't like this. And I'm still not entirely sure I trust you. But given the... Yeah. Let's skip the melodramatic hand-wringing and get to the part where you say yes. Doctor, what's happened to you? You've always been impatient and demanding, but you've never been this adversarial. And you want to know what's changed. Can you blame me? It would make me feel a lot better about you being involved if I knew what your stake was in all this. Same as yours. All those hapless, innocent lives. I don't buy it. Fine. You want to know what my stake is in all this? I'll tell you. Commander, it's Ensign, actually. If we're going to venture among the locals, might as well blend in. What's your status? I think we're ready. I've remodulated the warp engine so we'll look like a vessel from this time frame. Unless someone gets curious enough to do an internal scan, it should fool just about anyone we encounter. Good. I've also reconfigured the transporter so we can beam onto the ship without being detected. We won't be able to transport site to site, but I can at least get us there and back. What about communications? I've designed our comm badges to use a triaxulating subspace carrier wave, which in theory should be undetectable by their sensors. But we should still maintain communication silence unless absolutely necessary. Excellent work, Commander. Kendra, is something wrong? Let's take a walk. Kendra, what is going on? Why the hell didn't you tell me? What are you talking about? Gar, why the hell didn't you tell me why he's here? He's here for the same reason we all are. Bradley, I know the truth. Why didn't you tell me he lost his wife when the continuum shattered? Because I was afraid you'd react exactly like this. Bradley, do you have any idea? Of course I do! You heard what his alternate self did, how far he was willing to go to get what he wanted. I witnessed it, Kendra. I saw it all. I know what he's capable of. Trust me, we do not want him going rogue on this one. But that's exactly what's going to happen if we don't give him a chance to help us. Are you ordering me to bring him along? No. But I'm encouraging you to reconsider. Bradley, I can't take that risk. There's no telling what he might do. He'll do whatever it takes to make sure she survives. Think about what you might do if something happened to me. Or to Merv. When he found me and asked me for my help, he was desperate. I told him the only way to do that was if we repaired the damage to time and space. I'd help him if he'd help me. So he agreed to help us repair the damage to our present, because he believes it'll restore his wife. Bradley, what if you're wrong? Dr. Gar is feeling the same thing we all are, shock and horror over what we witnessed in our time. But for him, the situation is a lot more complicated, and we both understand the reason why. The person who made him a monster in another history brought him happiness like he'd never dreamed of in this one. The sense of loss he's feeling is beyond words, and all he wants is to feel like he's doing something, anything, everything, to bring her back. Anything less and he's betraying her memory. I know you understand that. Bradley, how can you be so sure he won't put his own interest ahead of ours? I mean, who's to say he won't take matters into his own hands the first time he senses an opportunity? He's not Dracus, Kendra. We all want the same thing. We're all in this together. But for him, it's deeply personal. And with so much at stake, he won't do anything that might jeopardize our success. I guarantee it. Pre-flight check is complete. We're ready to launch. Closing the aft hatch. Shuttlecraft Reichert to bridge. Depressurize the shuttle bay and open the launch door. Aye, Captain. Decompression cycle is complete. You're clear to launch. Godspeed, and good luck to everyone. We'll see you in 16 hours. Ronston out. You okay? It's nothing. I'm fine. All right, then. Engaging thrusters. Estimating Deep Space 9, 2.4 hours, present speed. Steady on that. That uniform looks good on you. What? Just making an observation. Starfleet uniform looks good on you. Thank you. I just want you to know how impressed I've been with how you've handled things since all this began. I did what I had to do. What anyone would do. Humanity's in danger, I'm doing everything I can to save it. No. You've done more. Captain, I'll do everything I can to make sure we do this. But when it's all over, you'll what? Go back to being a Dabo girl on Casperia Prime? Waste away in a Ferengi casino when you have the potential to do so much more? Kendra, what do you want from me? Admit I made a mistake? That I wish I could take it all back? There are some mistakes you don't need time travel to fix. I left Starfleet for a reason. And that reason hasn't changed. But your feelings have. Captain, I don't belong in Starfleet anymore, and we both know it. What I know is that you left Starfleet because of what happened between you and Renee. I kept tabs on you, you know. You've had a turbulent couple of years, haven't you? What the hell? That business in the Quailer system. Public intoxication, inciting a brawl, assault on a security officer. And that was only 6 days after you left. It took me a lot of effort to convince the local authorities not to press charges. I wondered about that. Thought I was just lucky. Then there was the incident on Ryza. Cost me a bottle of Rigelian whiskey to get you out of that one. Keeping you out of trouble almost became a full-time job. You were looking out for me. After the things I said, after everything that happened. Why? Because that's what you do for family. You look out for them and you protect them. And never turn your back. No matter what. So how exactly are we supposed to pull off this little heist of yours? Calm down, Doctor. Compared to us, your part of this mission is fairly simple. Indulge me. In this time frame, Leslie and I are just ensigns, so we're the only ones who can move around the ship without attracting attention. We're going to beam aboard, secure the supplies we need, then transport them, and us, back to this shuttle, and then get the hell back to the Azure Nebula. Good plan. So why are Prentice and Ronston along? Well, like I said, we're just ensigns. But Kendra and I are not. She's chief of security, and I'm the ship's XO. If Leslie and Jennifer run into problems while they're over there, then you and Captain Ronston can ride to their rescue. And me? You'll have to pose as a member of the crew. If Dracus has been here, you'll have to access the ship's computer to find out. Piece of cake. Piece of Alteran crumb cake. Getting in is the easy part. But while you're poking around, you'll have to avoid attracting attention and avoid the security subroutines. Don't worry, I can handle it. Let's hope so. So, I don't suppose it's occurred to anyone that we can't just hover off the station like curious onlookers, nor can we dock in a shuttle bay. Doctor, you worry too much. Don't forget, from our perspective, the occupants of this time frame are 2 decades behind the times. We've decided to set down directly on the hull of the Fitzgerald, someplace we won't be disturbed. As long as no one picks up our power signature, we'll be completely safe. See, it's that tiny sliver of doubt in your voice that worries me. After the fuss you made about not getting left behind, I should think you'd be a little less squeamish about taking risks. You'd think that, wouldn't you? All right, you two. Let's just try to keep focused on the objective here, shall we? Anything you say. If you 3 don't get up here, you're going to miss it. On our way. What is it? We've gone back in time. To the past. And we wound up in the original history. So why isn't this the past of our timeline? I hate temporal mechanics. I didn't want you to miss the big moment. What moment is that, exactly? Destination in sight. I never thought I'd be happy to see that Cardassian monstrosity again. It never gets old, does it? No. No, it doesn't. We should set down on the aft superstructure, port side of the ventral nacelle strut. Agreed. Leslie, put her down easy. Aye, Captain. Landing struts down and locked. Standing by inertial dampers. Disengaging engines. Securing thruster exhaust. We're down. And with that gentle touch I've heard so much about. Well, what are we standing around for? Let's take a walk down memory lane. Status. Well, let's see. We're docked at DS9, all systems are in standby mode, and we have a ship full of people climbing the walls to get a change of scenery. Lieutenant Erickson, you are an unending source of astonishment. I'll take that as a compliment. Naturally. I remind you, Lieutenant, your duty shift doesn't end for another 47 minutes. I should know. I have the duty roster right here, and here I thought you were so eager to visit Quarks. Something about wanting to see a certain Dubbo girl again? How do you know about that? You'd be amazed at the things you can learn when you're a security chief. What is it? I'm not sure. It looked like some kind of energy surge, but it's gone now. Mr. Garrett, it looked like a brief Nadion particle surge, very faint. Can you localize it? It didn't last long enough to get a precise fix. Looks like it was somewhere below Deck 5, port side of the saucer section. We'll keep an eye out in case it happens again. Will do. Never a dull moment. No sign we've been detected. Internal sensors are still on standby, and I'm not picking up any active weapon signatures nearby. Also, the intruder alert doesn't appear to be going off. There's that. Leslie, what's in these containers? Looks like it's mostly liquid hydrazine. We, or rather they, are scheduled to drop it off at Starbase 218 at the end of the week. An appointment they'll never keep, thanks to our doctor friend. Let's not forget, he and I are different people. Alright, here's the plan. The parts we need are in Cargo Bay 11. Now that's on the far side of the saucer section, so one of us is going to have to get there. One of us. We can't use the transporters on the shuttle to beam the supplies over. That means we have to use the ones here on the ship. Now that's going to be tricky. There are dozens of security measures we have to bypass. So what do? We need to reroute transporter control to the cargo bay, and reconfigure the transport sensors and power grid to avoid detection. We can access the power relays from the Jeffries tubes on Deck 19. But the only place we can access primary transporter control is on the bridge. One of us has to go up there. Well, it definitely can't be me. Any time now, this crew is going to find out what my past self is up to. After that, I become public enemy number 1. I'm not sure I should go either. Not as long as Lieutenant Erickson is on duty. I'll go. In this time frame, I'm a junior astrophysics officer. No one should take any notice. All right. You go to the bridge and make the necessary adjustments. I'll go to the power control junction on Deck 19. What about me? Getting into the main computer isn't going to be easy. You'll have to locate a computer terminal that's not in use and out of public view. Any suggestions? In this time frame, the lower decks are mostly unfinished. If you can get to a comm panel on Deck 42, you should be able to access the main computer without attracting attention. Good thinking. Kendra's better at this whole inspirational speech thing than I am. Let's just get the job done and get the hell out of here. A lot of people are counting on us back home. Let's do this. Good luck. You too. Getting lonely up on the bridge? If I stared into those clouds for one more minute, I was going to dissipate. How are we holding up? Emergency power systems are stable for now. Ceruleum from the nebula is definitely helping. Well, that's good news. How are you holding up? Truth be told, I'm exhausted. I've been trying to cannibalize some of the secondary systems to see if I could make some repairs, but you're worried about her. What? Leslie, I'm worried about all of them. Renee, it's time you two stopped dancing around each other. When all this started, you told me that you were suffering from a broken heart. I know how hard that can be. But the answer isn't to push away the one person who can make it right. This is hardly the time to be worried about things like that. We have a mission to complete. On the contrary, there's no time like the present. Doctor, Renee, my diagnosis is that you are suffering from a debilitating cardiac trauma, and my prescription is Leslie Call. What am I supposed to say to her? Tell her you love her. Tell her you hate her. Tell her anything. Just talk to her. You've got a gaping open wound right here, and it's time you did something about it. Do I have to? Doctor's orders. Yes, sir. Good. In the meantime, by my estimates, neither of us has gotten any sleep since Alphecca, and that was almost 37 hours ago. Relatively speaking, maybe so. But until the others get back, we should make use of the time we have. I want you to get some rest. But you've been awake just as long as I have. I know. My quarters are on the far side of the saucer section. Would you mind if I, Not at all. I've got 5 beds. Take your pick. Sir, take a look at this. What is it, Ensign? I've been picking up an intermittent spike in one of the transfer junctions. How large a spike? 2.7% plus or minus. It's well within safety limits. I doubt it's anything to worry about. Keep an eye on it and let me know if it gets any worse. Aye, sir. We should have anticipated this. Guard Hargrove. Go ahead, Doctor. Someone from engineering just ran a trace on the systems you're rerouting. Proceed with caution. You may have been detected. Yes, sir. What's your situation? Not as far along as I'd like. Since the ship is docked, most of the main power grid is inactive. That must be why they're reading what should be a negligible variance. That makes sense. What about you? Learned anything? I've scanned the entire ship for Dracus' biosignature. If he was here, he's not now. I'm looking through the computer records now to see if I can spot anything unusual. Keep me informed. Hargrove out. Damn it. Is there a problem, Ensign? No, ma'am. Ensign Call, isn't it? Yes, ma'am. Well, Ensign, I suggest you try not to get this worked up over things in the future. Starfleet isn't always about saving the universe. Sometimes we just explore it. Save your enthusiasm for when it's really needed. Yes, ma'am. I apologize for my outburst. Maybe I should finish this in stellar cartography. Dismissed. And Ensign, don't let it happen again. Understood. I suppose now you're going to tell me I should have gone easier on her. I'd never be so presumptuous, Lieutenant. Call to Hargrove. We have a problem. I could get into the computer, but I couldn't access any of the command systems. Because in this time frame, you're just an ensign. That about sums it up. Jennifer, is there anything you can do? Anything I could do would run into the same problem. I could try bypassing the security protocols manually. The only way to do that is from inside the main computer core. There's no way we can get anywhere close to that without getting spotted. Doctor, can you create a workaround? Not if you want to stay inconspicuous. I'm afraid there's only one real option. Is there no alternative? I'm afraid not. All right. Leslie, you and Jennifer get to Cargo Bay 11 and start identifying the supplies we'll need. Doctor, maintain your position for now and keep looking. Admiral Prentice and I are coming aboard. Acknowledged. You do realize the second either of us enters our command code, it's going to show up on the computer. And if either of our past selves are already logged in, it could trigger a security alert. That's why we're both going. While I'm helping the away team, you have to get to engineering and make sure that doesn't happen. You want me to distract Merv. You're the ship's first officer. Improvise. We're doomed. What is it now? Another Nadian particle surge. This time from somewhere in the drive section. Mr. Garrett, do these Nadian emissions pose a danger to the crew? No, sir. Max, any idea what's causing this? Space-time in this region is heavily distorted thanks to the wormhole. It's possible this is a natural phenomenon, and they'll subside on their own. All right, but I have a bad feeling about this. Do you think we should alert the captain? Not until we have something more concrete to tell him. Doctor. Captain? Admiral? Any progress? I think so. I've checked all the internal sensor logs from the last month, and there's no sign that Dracus ever boarded this ship. Then we're back to square one. All that means is he found a way to disguise his biosignature, and given how much of his physiology is composed of Borg technology, that can't have been easy. Stay focused, Doctor. Have you found anything? Possibly. The computer log shows the access safeguards to the main core were overridden about 20 hours ago. That was right around the time we arrived in this time frame. Hell of a coincidence, wouldn't you say? My thoughts exactly. But I thought it was impossible to break into the main computer without... I don't understand it any more than you do. I just know that it happened. Doctor, is there any way to figure out what was accessed? Not from here. The only way I can determine that is to access the command buffer at the computer station that was used. Have you been able to trace it? Deck 11, Section 29, Panel AA23. I'm headed there now. Be careful, Doctor. Now that we're here, we'll have to be extremely careful. You're sure you wouldn't rather be the one to try and distract Merv? Bradley, to be honest, I don't think I could maintain my composure. After Merv sacrificed himself in the future to save our lives. Say no more. I'll take care of it. You do realize you just used the past tense to refer to something in the future. I gave up trying to keep my tenses straight as soon as we got here. So does that mean you're looking forward to going back to the future? Don't start. Sorry. So were you going to work from here? I'd like to, but I can't. This part of the ship is supposed to be shut down. If they detect too much computer activity down here, we're as good as caught. You really think that's a possibility? I happen to know the chief of security on this ship is quite thorough. If she even suspects something is up, she's going to turn the Fitzgerald upside down and inside out until she figures out what it is. All right, I see your point. So where then? There's only one place I can think of. My quarters. We're in luck. The internal sensors are still on standby. We just might pull this off after all. Let's not count our drinks before they're served. I still don't have transporter control. Call up the cargo manifest. Let's get started.
Modern-day interpretation of one of the most classic works of literature of all time. And all you can say is that it was good.
It was very good? What can I say, guys? I'm not used to playing the assistant. I'm much more practiced at playing doctor.
Alright, fine. Next time you can play the genius scientist. I'll be content to play the disfigured sidekick.
That's as it should be.
Have you read the book itself?
Not all of us share your fascination with ancient fairy tales.
Fairy tales! Mary Shelley is one of the most celebrated authors of her time. Frankenstein is a work we should be able to appreciate even today.
Commander, what brings you to my humble engine room? Just taking a stroll. It struck me that I don't get down here as often as I should. Yes, sir. So, mind if I have a look around? Computer. This is Lieutenant Erickson. Enable primary transporter control from Cargo Bay 11. Authorization Erickson 88 Zeta 1.
Security authorization accepted.
Good. Confirm that transporter power to Cargo Bay 11 has been rerouted through primary life support.
Affirmative.
Good. So how did we do on engine efficiency on the trip back? Warp engines held up pretty well for their first outing. We only dropped below 95% efficiency twice. Good work. Sir. What is it? Computer reads some unusual activity on Deck 7. Can you trace it? Not sure, sir. I'll try. It came from somewhere between sections 15 and 47. Now what? This doesn't make sense. The computer just picked up a duplicate command authorization in use. Whose? Yours. How is that possible? I don't know. The only way this could happen is if you were using your access codes in 2 places at the same time. Where's the second signature coming from? Main engineering. Workstation 3-1. Get down there. Find out what's going on. Aye, sir. Lieutenant, what can I do for you? Now's not the time. We picked up some odd readings on the bridge. I was hoping you might be able to shed some light on what's happening. What kind of odd readings? This is going to sound crazy, but the computer reported an anomalous use of a senior officer's command codes down here. Anomalous? Whose? Commander Prentice. No, there must be some mistake. The commander is... Well, he was right there. Engineering to bridge. Commander, we have uninvited guests aboard. Acknowledged. Intruder alert. Prentice to Ronston. Our cover is blown. Fall back to Cargo Bay 11. Repeat, Cargo Bay 11. Acknowledged. Ronston to Gar, we've been discovered. Get to Cargo Bay 11, we're leaving. Understood. Erickson to bridge. I've lost our intruder. Stand by, Lieutenant. We're running a sensor sweep now. So far, the internal security net's not picking up anything out of the ordinary. They may be posing as members of the crew. Activate thermal sensors. Anything anomalous, it's a good bet those are our hostiles. Stand by. In the meantime, we should post security teams in every transporter row. However they got here, I'm not going to make it any easier for them to leave. Agreed. Ensign Hargrove, you heard her. Me, sir? But I'm not. Ensign, either carry out my orders or I'll find someone who can. Aye, sir. Doctor, are you all right? I'm fine. Those our supplies? Everything we need, plus spares. Okay, Kendra. Sensors show 5 unidentified heat signatures aboard. Where? 2 of them are in turbolifts headed to Deck 19, and 3 more in Cargo Bay 11. Engineering was monitoring some odd power spikes in the EPS junctions near there. That's where they're going. I'm on my way. Commander, what is it, Ensign? Sir, I've been trying to shut down power to the transporter in Cargo Bay 11, but I can't. Power to that system has been rerouted through life support. I can't shut it down without deactivating the entire life support system. Bridge to engineering. Ronston here, Commander. I need the transporter in Cargo Bay 11 offline, and I need it now. Aye, sir. Admiral? Relax, Doctor, it's us. Status. Everything we need is in place. We're ready to leave. I've locked onto the shuttle. You two, on the pad. Doctor, we don't have time to debate this. Move! Prentice to Erickson. Go ahead. The hostiles are in Cargo Bay 11. They're powering up the transporter, and we can't stop them. Understood. I have Weller and Sires with me. We're almost to the cargo bay. Prentice to Ronston. Status. Still no luck with the transporter. Hurry. Ready and energizing. Commander, Cargo Transporter 11 just engaged. 2 people and several cargo containers have beamed off the ship. Merv. Almost got it, Commander. Just a few more seconds. Get ready. I'm setting a 5-second delay. And that's... got it! You 3 have a lot of explaining to do. Take them to the brig. Where are they? There must be some kind of problem or they'd be here. Beam them back. I can't. They've erected force fields around the entire section. I'm starting the engines. We can't just leave them here. Leslie, right now the important thing is to get the Fitzgerald back up and running. Once that's done, we can come back for the others. Right now, there's nothing we can do for them. Well, this is another fine mess we've gotten ourselves into. You've been doing that for the past half hour. I'd say the force field is definitely there and not going anywhere anytime soon. Say what you will about our diabolical foe, but what I wouldn't give for some of his Borg technology right about now. With the right implants, I could walk through this force field like it was thin air. If wishes were horses. Too true. So what do? I think the best thing we can do is just sit tight. Anything we do from this point forward is only going to make things worse. That's easy for you to say. When that call comes in from Ellis 2, we're done. Maybe we should have told Lieutenant Erickson the truth. Are you kidding? The last thing we need is for them to get temporal investigations involved. He's right. In these days, that probably would have been the first thing we did. Besides, weren't you the one who kept insisting that we minimize our interaction with this time frame? It doesn't matter now. First sensible thing you've said all day. We should have been more careful. Used a portable transporter, or when we get back to our own ship, you can feel perfectly free to indulge in all the self-recriminations you like. But at the moment, we have more important things to worry about. Jennifer will come back for us as soon as Renee completes repairs. And until then... Right. What happened? Where are the others? We had to leave them behind. We were discovered and there wasn't time to beam them back. We had no choice. How could you have... I've already heard that speech from the one with the blue hair. We brought you the parts you needed. Get this ship repaired, and I mean now. Aye, Captain. You were down there for over an hour, and you didn't get anything from them? They wouldn't even admit their names. This is damn peculiar. The only thing they did say is that they wanted to speak with you.
Me? I suppose that does make a modicum of sense. Opinions?
Since they obviously can't be who they appear to be, and they seem unwilling to tell us anything, I suggest we turn them over to Starfleet Security. Let the Judge Advocate General deal with them.
Number one?
I think we owe it to ourselves to find out a little more about them, before we just wash our hands of them. We lose nothing by simply hearing them out.
I tend to agree. In the meantime, I want the two of you to begin an investigation, and I suggest that you should begin with Cargo Bay 11.
Aye, sir.
In the meantime, let's see what our guests have to say.
Was there something else? You posted guards outside the captain's quarters, and refused to let him leave. I did no such thing. I just told him that for his own safety it would be best if he stayed put. And when that didn't work, I told him the first officer had everything in hand. You said that. I said that. Is that all? That's all. How long are they going to just leave us down here? This is intolerable. Doctor, for the love of negative ions, sit down. Anxiety never helped anyone. Well, it sure makes me feel better.
I understand you wanted to see me. Now I want some answers. Who are you, and what are you doing aboard this ship?
I realize how strange this must be, but I assure you, we're exactly who we appear to be.
That's quite a claim, particularly since he is supposed to have been dead for 5 years, unless you're suggesting he's risen from the grave.
Happens more than you might think. Bradley, not now. Captain, please. It is vitally important that you not interfere with our mission.
Which is what, exactly? I see.
Gaius, wait. You and I have known each other for a long time. After you lost your father to the Borg, I was the one who helped you get your life back in order. I've never lied to you, and in the name of our friendship, I swear to you, what Captain Ronston is telling you is the truth. Doctor! If we want his help, we have to tell him the truth. I thought you said that was a bad idea, and until this moment I felt certain that it was. But seeing him alive again... Gaius, this will be hard to accept, but we're from 2 decades in the future. In our time, there's been a terrible disaster, and we've come back to this era to try and prevent it.
The future.
Look at us, Gaius. Look closely. Her hair, Admiral Prentice's face, all of us have aged. Now listen to me. The less you know about why we're here, the better off we're all going to be.
If what you're saying is true, why didn't you simply ask for our help?
Because we had no way of knowing how you might react, and we couldn't run the risk of making things worse.
If I accept what you tell me is the truth, then this matter should be turned over to the Department of Temporal Investigations.
That's the last thing you want to do. We concealed our presence here to try to minimize the potential damage to the timeline. Bring Temporal Investigations into this and we lose any chance of containing the damage.
Can you prove any of this?
Doctor, tell him. Any time now. You're going to receive a call from Melis 2. Edward Chelik is going to tell you that I'm alive, and that I've just stolen some experimental technology from his station. Whatever you do, you must act like everything's normal. You can't tell him about us.
Why not?
Just trust me on this. The fewer people in this time frame that know about the three of us, the better.
Bridge to Captain Rafe.
This is Rafe. Go ahead.
There's an urgent message coming in for you from LS2. It's Dr. Edward Chelik.
Will you route the call to my quarters, Ensign? I'll take it there.
Aye, sir.
You present a very compelling tale. But people have been writing compelling stories for centuries. I know. I've read them. I believe your intentions were not hostile, but neither am I inclined to simply send you on your way.
Will you at least consider what we've told you?
I will. You have my word. He called you Captain Ronston a few moments ago.
Yes, sir. In my time, I'm in command of the Fitzgerald, and if I may say so, I had some big shoes to fill. Are you sure that was wise? I got through to him. I know I did. How will we know? I'm afraid that now, only time will tell. If you'll pardon the expression. We're doomed.
Edward.
Catch you at a bad time, Captain.
Not at all, Doctor. How can I help you?
I've examined the DNA traces Lieutenant Erickson recovered from the cargo bay. They were an almost perfect match for 5 of our crew members. Me and who else? Ensigns Hargrove and Call, along with Commander Prentice and Dr. Bray and Gar. Doctor, you said almost a perfect match. There were inconsistencies that could only be explained by their having aged considerably since their last exams.
Can you estimate by how much?
Best estimate would be 19.72 years, give or take.
Almost exactly how far back in time they claim to have traveled. Doctor, are you certain?
I can assure you that a level 3 diagnostic is constantly running on my holomatrix. Or perhaps you'd care to come down and run the test yourself.
That won't be necessary. Thank you, Doctor.
I contacted the Azeltine and the Woofter. They're the closest starships, but neither of them picked up anything unusual that might be a cloaked ship.
If we didn't see them when they were right on top of us, that's unsurprising. What do we know about our visitors that we didn't an hour ago?
I've examined their comm badges. They're a close match for ours, but it's not exact. The casings use a kind of thermalized nanopolymer I've never seen before, but the design and replication patterns do have a Starfleet signature. In a nutshell, Commander, are they Starfleet or aren't they? If you're asking whether we can accept these as Starfleet in origin, I'd say yes, sir, they are. Those replication patterns can't be faked. So far as we know. So far as we know.
I've just been informed that while all this was taking place, 43 light-years away, Dr. Bray and Gar boarded the Melis 2 Deep Space Research Station, undetected, and stole several pieces of experimental technology, putting aside the question of his supposed death 5 years ago. To say the least, this complicates matters.
Regulations say that if they're claiming to be from the future, temporal investigation should take over.
I'm aware of that. However, they also claim that their mission is vital to humanity's survival in their time, and any interference from us could prove disastrous.
Of course they said that. We caught them red-handed, tampering with our systems and stealing from us. Their MO is the same as whoever or whatever was at Melis 2. I suggest we treat them the same. With all due respect, I disagree.
Explain.
Melis 2 specializes in advanced research and development, which means anything obtained from there is the very cutting edge of Federation science. But look at this. What is it? It's a list of everything they took from us. Computer parts, power linkages, and 2 sets of Class 5 phase transition coils. What does that prove? You said Class 5 phase transition coils. Sir, the only place you find that particular piece of equipment is the replicator system.
Replicators. They told me their ship was damaged during their trip through time.
If that's true, then this could be their answer. Fix the replicator so they can create new parts. Following that logic, we'd have to assume they didn't already have emergency parts in reserve. I don't accept that.
There could be any number of explanations. We don't know what circumstances they may have faced in their own time.
This is pointless. Their story is absurd, and their actions are those of spies and saboteurs. Let's just turn them over to Starfleet security and be done with it.
Their actions may also be those of desperation.
It would certainly explain why they risked time travel, and why they were sneaking around the way they were, to avoid polluting the timeline.
Which we inadvertently seem to have done ourselves. Lieutenant, I want you to bring our guest to my ready room. That'll be all.
So how was Dracus able to access the computer? It was an access code from Starfleet Intelligence. Of course it was. In this timeline, he's one of their operatives, and a member of Section 31. What was he after? We shouldn't discuss that here. The captain would like to see you. Finally. Let's get one thing straight. The captain seems willing to trust you, but I do not. Simply because one of you happens to look like me, don't think for a moment that it changes anything. For all I know, you could be shapeshifters. And until someone proves otherwise, I'm going to be watching you very closely. Make one false move. Do we understand each other? Perfectly. Lieutenant. Let's go.
They say that if you travel far enough, eventually you'll meet yourself. I've read every novel by Jules Verne, Isaac Asimov, H.G. Wells, and yet I never would have believed there was truth to those words. Until today.
Does this mean you believe us? Thousands wouldn't.
Lieutenant, as incredible as your claims might seem, I have decided that the consequences of inaction are too grave to ignore.
I'm having a shuttlecraft prepared in Shuttle Bay 2. Mr. Ronston has stocked it with as many supplies as he can, along with 2 canisters of antimatter. That's very generous.
It's the least I could do for the captain of the Fitzgerald.
Sir, thank you.
Lieutenant, will you escort our guests to the shuttle bay?
Aye, sir. If you'll follow me, we know the way.
Dr. Gar, please remain.
Go on, I'll be fine. All right. Are you going to say something or just stand there?
My apologies. This is all a lot to take in, but it's good to see you.
It's good to see you too.
I saw the way you and the others looked at me when I first came into the brig.
What about it?
The others hid their reactions well, but I know you. I recognize that expression. I've only seen it once before, the day of my father's funeral.
What are you getting at?
Brian, how did it happen?
I can't answer that. Temporal Prime Directive. The only thing I can say is that you died a hero. Just like your father. He would have been proud of you, Gaius. I know I was.
You don't know how much it means to me to hear you say that.
It's the truth.
Brian, what's happening in the here and now?
What do you mean?
Melis 2. He being alive.
I can't answer that either. Remember what I told you the day your father died. We're not always going to be ready for every challenge that comes our way. The true test of character lies in how we meet the unexpected.
You were right the day you said those words. And you're right today.
Trust me, Gaius. When the time comes, I have faith you'll make the right decision. But you have to get there on your own. Neither I nor anyone else can help you.
Because to do so would be to change who I am, and what I'll one day become.
Yes.
I see. Well, we'd better not keep your friends waiting. I'll accompany you to the shuttle bay.
What is it? I couldn't help but notice your last name. Surprised? A little. I know he seems different, but you should get to know him. Tell me something. Is he worth it? Absolutely. You just have to decide what's more important. Your carefree life or his feelings. What do you...
Status.
Antimatter storage pods are secured for transport. I think we're good to go.
Good work. Words hardly seem sufficient for the circumstances, but I wish you the best of luck. I only wish we could do more.
You've done more than enough. Now it's up to us.
And I'll delay you no further. On your way.
Captain. What's that all about? Nothing important. Let's get going. Captain's log, stardate 52479.4. We've returned safely to our Fitzgerald, and Commander Mitchell is close to completing repairs. However, I am concerned about Dr. Gar, who hasn't said 2 words since we left the other ship. But for the moment, there are more pressing matters to deal with. Come in. You wanted to see me. I did. Leslie, it's time we had a talk. What about? First, I need you to take off that uniform. Why? Because you're not an officer. And past or present, I can't let you wear a Starfleet uniform. I'm sorry. I understand. Was there anything else? Yes. Leslie, you've done amazing work today. I don't need to be thanked for doing your duty. Leslie, it's time to stop running. It's time to put the past behind you and start looking forward again. Just what are you suggesting? That you take off that uniform and put on a real one. But after what happened, let me worry about that. I can reinstate your commission right now on a provisional basis, and when we get back to the future, we can make it permanent. All I need to know is that what you want? Mitchell to Ronston. Go ahead. Captain, we're almost ready to try reinitializing the main power grid. Excellent work, Commander. I'll be right there. It's time to decide. What's it going to be? Okay, I'm ready to initiate the startup sequence. Do it. There's a fault in one of the optronic integrators in the starboard computer core. Stand by. I know you're tired and you've served your time, but we need you now more than ever. I think I've got it fixed. What do you say we give it another try? Whenever you're ready. I hope this works. Main power has been restored. Well done. Do we have propulsion yet? Not yet. We should have impulse in a few minutes. Lieutenant Commander Leslie Call, reporting for duty. Take your station, Lieutenant. Aye, Captain. Intermix is set. Reactors are online. Impulse power at your discretion. Where's Gar? In his quarters. And I think we should leave it that way for now. Fair enough. Commander Call, plot a course out of the nebula. Course laid in. Take us out. Flow regulators are synchronized. Warp drive standing by. Alcohol? Alcohol. Leslie, make it so. Aye, Captain. Let me give you all the bad news at once. We still don't have power on 12 decks, and the long-range sensors are less than totally reliable. Bottom line, just how far off our game are we? Let's just say I'd really like to pay a visit to a starbase. But not to worry, the bulkheads aren't going to start flying apart anytime soon. Good. How long until we reach Alkawell? 4 hours, 22 minutes, present speed. That should be just enough time. Time for what? To find out what the hell is wrong with Dr. Gar. Renee, would you excuse us, please? He's having a difficult time dealing with what we saw on the other ship. You mean the captain? What did you tell him just before we left? All right, but I'm still going to have a talk with Gar. Kendra, with all due respect, I think there's someone better suited to that particular job. Better suited. Who? Come in. Mind if I come in? You? Come in, Leslie, please. Ronston sent you down here, didn't she? Actually, it was the Admiral, naturally. Well, you can thank the Admiral for his concern, but we're all better off if I stay here. I understand how you feel. Oh boy, here it comes. The heartfelt outreach by a close friend. Before all this craziness began, all I wanted was to get as far away from duty and obligations as I could. Yes, you became a Dabo girl on Casperia Prime, along with other more interesting occupations. Doctor, don't push me away. Please, tell me what's wrong. I came into this with one focus, one goal. You see, my wife was killed, in the future, when the continuum shattered. And the only thing I've wanted since then was to bring her back. Then we boarded the other ship, and I saw Gaius, alive after all these years, and... What? Suddenly everything changed. Leslie, until today, I hadn't thought about Gaius for years. He's the best friend I ever had, and yet you feel like you betrayed his memory. And now I just want to be alone. I understand. But, Doctor, you of all people are about to give me advice on... Oh my God, Leslie, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. You were right to say it. I ran away, felt sorry for myself, did everything to escape reality instead of facing it. Lucky for me, I had someone to help me find my way again. Someone that didn't quit on me, even when I quit on her. You know, there are times when it almost seems like a part of Gaius is still with us. You know, Ronston would have burst in here and immediately started yelling. Then I guess this must be that gentle touch you've heard so much about. It must be. I'll tell you what. When this is over, when we've made everything right again, you and I will mourn the captain, together. But until then, we both have jobs to do. The captain needs all of us. And for what happens next, she needs you. It's what he would have wanted. Yes, it is. Well, what are we standing around for? There's work to be done. And Leslie, thank you. Commander, right? I'm sorry. I'll come back later. No, it's all right. What did you need? I wanted to run these revised figures by you. I think I've come up with a new shield modulation that should better protect us on the next time jump. Let me take a look. Yeah, this is good. But you'll need to increase the quantum resonance quotient by at least 20% to damp out the temporal flux. My idea, my problem. I'll get started right away. I just know I'm going to regret this. You want to tell me what's bothering you? Or shall I just leave you here to brood in this depressingly dark room? You have a funny way of showing compassion, you know that? I'm a funny, funny man. It doesn't take a master's in psychology to recognize depression. It doesn't take a PhD in history to know what regret looks like. Either way, that means Leslie Call. This'll go a lot faster if we skip the denials and just get to the point. Just between us, you have my word. Ever since she first walked into this room, back at Alpheka, I've been trying to work up the courage to talk to her. But what? I'm afraid to open that door again. When you and she first started having problems, who did you come to? To you. Remember why? Because we both knew you'd be there. Help us in any way you could, for all the good it did. Listen, I said it then and I'm saying it now. You're both as stubborn as a pair of Klingons. Don't blame me, they're your personality flaws. I've seen the way you two look at each other. If you could just stop dancing around each other and have one conversation, well, let's just say it would make everyone's lives a lot simpler, especially yours. You don't know what happened between us. I know that at one point you two made each other happy beyond words, and I know you both still love one another very much. What you were going to say, does it change that? I don't suppose it does. Damn right. Tell me something. What would you tell her? If she was here right now, what would you want to say? I suppose I'd tell her how much I miss her. Holding her. Those long walks through the Arboretum. The parties. The less said about that night on Thelios 7, the better. What else? Just that I want things to go back to the way they were, when times were good. What happened, everything we said, none of that matters. I just want her back. I just don't know how to tell her. I think that you just did. Did you really mean that? What you just said? Every word. Leslie, I know. I know. Doctor. Shh. Another family reunited. Let's give them some privacy, shall we? Did you need something? We'll be arriving at the Alcohol refinery in a few hours, and I wanted to ask you a few questions before we get there. Is this a bad time? I have 2 words for you. Utter nonsense. Why should I believe any of this? The whole thing sounds absurd. Doctor, why else would we be here, asking for your help? I don't buy it. This could all be an elaborate ruse. This is a waste of time. If he's not going to help us, we should just take our chances on our own. We can't do that. Doctor, we really do need your help. Why? It seems you already have one of me. So unless you can come up with a more convincing story than Gaius is going to die. What? You heard me. This is some kind of trick. Doctor, at some point you have to step back and take a chance. If you think there's even a snowball's chance in a supernova that I'll help you, you'll tell me exactly what happened to Gaius Rafe, and you'll tell me now. I almost can't believe he agreed to help us. You were the one who suggested it in the first place. Maybe, but that was before I saw him. Kendra, this is a dangerous game, and if we don't handle it exactly right... I know. Come on, let's get back to the ship. Maybe our Dr. Gar has figured out our next move. It's not our Gar I'm worried about. Dr. Gar has identified the heavy metals we found in Dracus' DNA sample. They're Borg. Borg. We think it's residue from the Borg implants that had been sustaining him. The last time I saw him, I disabled all of them. They must have begun to disintegrate after that. If the implants were the only thing keeping him alive, then how did he survive all this time without them? There's still the matter of Gaius' DNA. That's true. If some alternate version of Captain Rafe is helping him, they may have found some kind of stopgap measure while they searched for a permanent solution. I'm sure all this is fascinating. But why does it matter? Because we have a theory, and you're not going to like it. If it helps us prevent the disaster in the future, I guarantee I'll learn to love it. Let's have it. The computer logs from the other Fitzgeralds show that when Dracus was aboard, he downloaded everything he could find relating to the Borg incursion of 2367. Which means what? Oh, haven't you guessed? He's dying. I don't understand. That much is obvious. Try to keep up. The technology sustaining him was Borg, and I'm guessing that in whatever future you come from, the Borg aren't around anymore. Given what he accessed on the other ship, doesn't anyone understand the implications? It is possible. If I recall correctly, when the Borg cube reached Earth, intervention by the Starship Enterprise rendered it inoperable for about 6 minutes. During that time, he could board the cube and take anything he wants. That's our theory. I don't accept that. If he went back even further, why isn't this time frame torn apart the way 2399 was? It will be. Because the time jump wasn't responsible for what happened. At least not directly. Not responsible. This had better be one damn good explanation. That cheerful optimism of yours. Delightfully infectious. Rest assured, I won't disappoint you. Computer, display sensor analysis GAR-47 Alpha. I've analyzed your sensor records. There is evidence of the same kind of temporal damage in this time that you observed in the future, though it's not nearly as advanced. And by comparing the levels between your time and this one, I've been able to plot a point of origin. This is 2399. We are here in 2378, and our target is here, 2367. Wait a minute. How is this possible? From what you're telling us, there's a physical, measurable sign that the continuum has been damaged, even in this time. But in the future, there was no indication of what was about to happen. 1 minute everything was normal, and the next, all hell broke loose. That's not possible. That's because you're not thinking fourth dimensionally. We think the disaster started in 2399 because that's where we started, but it didn't. There was no sign of damage in the future because the sequence of events that led to it hadn't been initiated yet. But the instant Dracus went back, it set everything in motion. And faster than you can say ripple effect, we have a massive temporal disaster. Hold on a minute. If I'm interpreting this correctly, it almost sounds like the accumulation of damage from multiple time jumps caused the disaster. And the dots connect themselves. What did we just figure out? I don't quite understand the underlying physics, but theoretically, If repeated Omega detonations did weaken the continuum enough to cause the disaster in 2399, then the only way to prevent it is to repair the damage at the focal point where the initial tear occurred. If 2367 is Dracus' ultimate destination, then that's where we have to go. Well, this ship was built to fight the Borg. I'd say it's time she got the chance. Renee, start making preparations for a time jump back to 2367. Dismissed. The new shield modulation is stable, but I'm a little concerned about the readings from the starboard EPS coupling. Just transfer the load to the backup relays. We'll be fine. Acknowledged. You're wearing a Starfleet uniform. Well, so are you. So I am. The difference is, mine's real. You're actually proud of that, aren't you? Everyone on this ship is acting like they're either afraid of me or find me repulsive. But since I haven't actually done anything... By now, 47 innocent souls aboard the starship Fairgrieve have paid for your ambition with their lives. I didn't know. No one was supposed to get hurt. Well, it happened. And my only regret is that we couldn't prevent it. This crew has saved my life more times than I can recall. See, that's the difference between you and me. I have something I can believe in. You just run away. And it doesn't matter who gets hurt in the process. Commander, I've corrected the alignment fault in the plasma relays. Try it now. Checking. Good. Efficiency's up another 12%. Engineering to bridge. Captain, we're ready. Acknowledged. Report to the bridge. Aye, Captain. What about me? Just stay within 500 kilometers. You can dovetail behind us through the time shift. I believe you know the way to the transporter room. I can show myself out. We're clear of the station. Voyager is moving into position. 400 kilometers off our starboard beam. Warp drive is standing by. We're as ready as we'll ever be. Captain, Voyager's weapons array just came online. Shields up. Clearance sail. Everything must go. He's not targeting us. It looks like... Open a channel. Doctor, was that really necessary? Come now, Captain. If you're from the future, then surely you knew I was going to do that. Shall we go? End transmission. It is what he did before. You said yourself we have to preserve the integrity of the timeline. That doesn't mean I have to like it. Renee, make it so. Activating boronite reaction chamber. Flux capacitors are charging. Never put off for tomorrow what you can do yesterday. Let's get this over with. Warp speed. Something's wrong. There was too much subspace turbulence. Temporal shields held. I can't explain it. Captain, there's something out there. Specifically, I can't tell. Sensor resolution is below 15%. Leslie, can you get the view screen working? I'm trying. This, I was not expecting. It can't be. It's the word you're looking for. Is us. Bloody hell. What the hell were you thinking?
I had a hunch that whatever was going on, if he's involved, then it must have something to do with him. It seems my hunch was correct.
It's good to see you, too. Do you realize what you've done? It was risky enough to bring him along, but now?
Your odds of success have doubled.
Kendra, he's right. For better or for worse, he's here. We could use his help. And I suppose if I order you to just stay the hell out of this...
You could try.
And I suppose all this was your idea. It seemed like a good idea. At the time. How'd you do it? The supplies. A subspace transponder. In the casing of one of the antimatter pods. It let us keep track of your movements without getting too close. Forgot how devious I could be when the occasion called for it. And why didn't you warn us that they were shadowing us? It's more fun this way. Let's try not to lose sight of the bigger picture. We still have work to do.
First things first. I need to know exactly what's happening. Who is it we're chasing down?
Fitzgerald to Captain Ronston. Go ahead, Jennifer. Captain, we just started picking up a transponder signal. And based on the carrier wave, whatever's sending it originated in our time. I think you'd better get back here. Dracus? Has to be. Stand by, Jennifer. We're on our way. Ronston out.
Captain?
All right. Join the party, but let's be clear.
This is your mission. You know our enemy, and you obviously have more command experience.
Couldn't have said it better. Well, what are we standing around for? Let's get a move on.
Kendra. Captain Ronston. I hope you understand why I took this action. From my perspective, you're one of my best officers, and if your story was true, I couldn't let you face it alone.
Because of your intervention, we arrived a month later than we were supposed to. It's going to be that much harder to avoid polluting the timeline. And now we have another starship to worry about keeping out of sight. But for what it's worth, I probably would have done the same thing. See, someone I look up to always taught me that when it comes to family, you do whatever it takes to keep them safe.
Indeed. Captain, there was one other matter.
What's that?
Our scans indicate your ship is still damaged. If you'd like, I could assign an engineering detail to assist with your repairs.
No subterfuge this time?
Deception and subterfuge won't help any of us. I violated your trust once. You have my word. It was the last time.
You've been like a father to me since the day we met. I make it a policy never to question the word of a surrogate father. I'd hate to have to change that policy now. I'd be grateful for any assistance you could provide.
Well then, it seems as if we're all one big, happy fleet.
More than that, we're a family again. We're approaching the source of the signal. It's some kind of device, roughly cylindrical, about 2 meters in diameter. A signal buoy. It's broadcasting a narrow-band subspace carrier wave. It's so precisely modulated, we'd pick it up, but no one from this time would. Curiouser and curiouser. We're coming into visual range. Let's take a look. On screen. get it. Why draw us here with a beacon like this? The signal wasn't activated until we reached this time frame. Maybe Dracus wanted advance notice that we were coming. We should beam it aboard for analysis. Captain, I'd strongly advise against that. If it was left by Dracus, there's no telling what kinds of surprises that thing might be hiding. Well, whatever the intent, I think we should play it safe for the time being. Jennifer, maintain a constant phaser lock on it, and if it so much as twitches the wrong way, blow it out of the sky. Aye. Leslie, you'll have to settle for whatever sensor data you can gather from here. See what you can find out. Aye, Captain. That thing was left here for a reason, and I'd like to know what that reason is. Captain's Log, Stardate 44001.4. While Commander Call continues her analysis of the buoy we discovered, Commander Ronston and several teams of engineers have begun assisting with repairs. Commander Mitchell estimates we'll be back in top form in less than 3 hours. It never gets old, does it? Excuse me? We hardly ever get to see them from the outside. No shame in appreciating the view. No, it's not that. In the future, she was about to be decommissioned, made into a museum piece. She's my first command, and I'm having a hard time saying goodbye. You didn't come down here just to talk about that. Is there something on your mind? Permission to speak freely? Bradley, what's on your mind, Commander? It's about you and the other me. You mean the Admiral. I couldn't help but notice that even though he outranks you, he seems perfectly at ease taking orders as well as giving them. And you can't help but wonder why that is. To be blunt, yes. Bradley and I, we have a unique relationship. Unique. Just how unique does it get? You know I can't discuss that. Temporal Prime Directive. I suppose that's fair enough. But what about everyone else? What happened to Maxwell Garrett, Mr. Parks? And why isn't Merv with you? Merv Ronston and I were married a few months after we got back from the Gamma Quadrant. But it didn't last. I saw him, in the future, just before we went back to 2378. He tried to talk to me, but I wouldn't listen. Then we came under attack, and Merv threw himself into the line of fire. So what happened? His ship was destroyed. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have... No, it's all right. Because now you know. Merv is a good man. I'll remember that. Good. Hargrove to Ronston. Ronston here. Captain, Dr. Gar has found something I think you should see. I'll be right there. Ronston out. Was that Ensign Hargrove? No. It was Captain Hargrove. Lieutenant Erickson is never going to believe that one. I know from your point of view she seems jumpy and unsure of herself. But she has a lot of potential. We all had a lot of growing up to do in your time. Even me. Kendra, I'm telling you, he's not stable. Bradley, we have more important things to worry about than the facial expressions of Dr. Bray and Gar, either of them. You didn't see the look on his face. When he was standing there watching us, it was like a starving man looking into a room full of food. Even if you're right, what difference does it make? He's here, we're here, and he's agreed to help us. That's all that matters. Come! Am I interrupting something? Not at all. What have you found? I've gone over my counterpart's calculations, and I found something disturbing. Something he didn't tell us? Sort of. Sort of. Exactly what does sort of mean? We knew that an accumulation of damage over time led to our predicament. But take a look at this. The explosion in the future was too powerful for just one energy burst to have caused it. Make your point, Doctor. According to my calculations, 2 exposures couldn't have done it either. It would have required a minimum of 3. Are you suggesting, there's no question, We did this. If we hadn't followed him back in the first place, then none of this would be happening. Thank you, Doctor. That'll be all. Well, this certainly changes things. You know as well as I do we did the right thing. We had no way of knowing about this when all this began. And even if we had, knowing who's behind it, there's no way we could have sat back and done nothing. So the ends justify the means. That sounds a lot like the argument Dr. Gar's counterpart made in 2378 when he first started all this. Maybe so, but our situation is a tad different. How so? Gar was trying to change history for personal gain. We're trying to save our entire time frame. So we get credit for good intentions. Something like that. Well, if you think that... Now what? Captain Ronston, to the bridge. We're on our way. What is it? The buoy just activated. It's directing some kind of comm signal towards the ship. It's overloading our transceiver array. Leslie, it's an optronic data stream. I think it's... There's a power surge in the holographic generators. Holodeck 4 just activated. Jennifer, get down there. Find out what's going on. Leslie, stand by to fire phasers. If that signal becomes a threat, don't worry. I'm ready. Good. Hargrove to bridge. Go ahead. Captain, I think you should get down here. There's someone here to see you. And I'd bring Dr. Gar. Understood. We're on our way. Dr. Gar, report to Holodeck 4. Bradley, you're with me. Leslie, you have the bridge. Dracus, I presume.
Indeed, Captain Ronston. And it's nice to see you again, too, Admiral.
What the hell could you possibly want here?
If you've made it this far, then you've no doubt deduced my intentions. And I have only one thing to say. Stay out of it.
I beg your pardon.
As you're no doubt aware, my physiology has been badly compromised. I came to this time in search of a solution, but once I have it, you'll never hear from me again.
Why should we believe you?
I've had a long time to think things over. Confronting one's own inexorable mortality can change a person.
And I suppose you expect us to believe you've changed. After all the damage you've done, how can you stand there and expect us to believe any of this?
Believe anything you like. I can't deny that I've done some terrible deeds. But since then, I've lost everything. I am as you see, and I only ask to live in peace.
I don't believe a word of it. Neither do I. All this just for one last grasp at survival.
Agreed. It doesn't add up.
He's been here for a month already, and Wolf 359 won't even happen for another 9 days. I could accept a lot of things, but not that he'd be that sloppy in his timing. There's still the matter of that probe out there. I've scanned it with everything we have. It's exactly what it looks like. A long-range communications buoy. Nothing more, nothing less. It doesn't even have onboard sensors.
Which means there's a good chance he doesn't know about us.
Or me. Why did it overload our transceiver array? As near as I can tell, the signal was coming from almost 20 light-years away. To make it this far, Dracus would have had to amplify it considerably. 20 light-years. Is that significant? It might be.
Well, whatever the significance, shouldn't our next course of action be to trace it to its source?
I wouldn't be in such a hurry if I were you. I'm convinced there's more to this than meets the eye. If that's the case, going after the source of this transmission could be exactly what Dracus wants us to do. 20 light-years would be one hell of a wild goose chase.
But to what end? To distract us? From what?
See, this is exactly what he did to us the last time. He had us all second-guessing ourselves to the point where we were almost afraid to make a move.
He's using both our strengths and our weaknesses against us.
Well, the first step is to find out where that signal is coming from. I already tried. It's got encryption like I've never seen. Untraceable. Captain, transfer your sensor data on the probe to me. Something's bothering me about all this. Captain, do it. I have them. Stand by. I wonder what this is all about. Damned if I know. Well, things just got a lot more interesting. Were you able to trace it? I was. And this might be worth checking out after all.
What do you mean?
It's coming from the Beta Stromgren system, the site where I built the ISS Voyager. It was the perfect site. Remote, out of the way, and the last place anyone would think to look for anything.
It makes sense. After the Nova in 2366, neither the Federation nor the Romulans paid it much attention.
You know your history. That's good. He probably went there for the same reason I did. The radiation left behind by the Nova interferes with sensor scans,
making it a perfect hiding place.
Please, continue stating the perfectly obvious. It fills me with confidence. If you both think we should investigate Beta Stromgren, then that's what we'll do. But first things first, we still have a disaster to prevent. Before we go chasing anyone down, we should deal with that. I've been thinking about that. Dracus' arrival would have created a small temporal fracture, and all we have to do is find it and seal it.
Do you have any idea where this fracture might be located?
As a matter of fact, I know exactly where to look. Come in. Hargrove to Ronston. I'm picking up an odd photonic signature down there. Is everything all right? It's all right, Jennifer. It's nothing to be alarmed about. Ronston out. So this is what you grow up to be. Remarkable. What could possibly have happened to make you into a monster? That is what you were going to say. A touch dramatic, but it'll suffice. Captain, I don't expect us to become friends. I don't even expect you to like me. But to hear you dismiss me in that fashion, and so readily, well, to be blunt, it hurts my feelings. Feelings require a heart, Doctor. And I'm not so sure you have one. Nothing could be further from the truth. Perhaps. Now, what do you want? Despite everything, despite what that maniac who wears my face has done, Gaius insists that there may yet be some hope. Hope for what? For me. That I may yet have some residue of humanity left. Doctor, what brought this on? I've spent every waking moment these last 5 years, my last 5 years, wondering what I could have done differently. But I never once stopped to consider the future. Until now. Well, fair enough. What is it you want from me? Gaius has always been one to try to see the best in people, even when they give him no reason to. I suppose he'd call it loyalty, a display of humanity at its best. But not you. Who do you think taught that mindset to Gaius? Now, I understand his feelings, but that doesn't mean I share them. He and I have known each other for much too long for him to be objective in his appraisal of me. So I'd like to know what you think. Doctor, I'll answer your question if you'll answer one of mine. Very well. What happened to you, really? This whole mess, everything that's happened, it all started with you. And I want to know what the hell you were thinking. I lost something important to me, and I'm trying to get it back. It's just that simple. I don't understand. In your timeline, is my my counterpart, affiliated with a woman named Christie. Yes, I believe he is. In fact, they were married some years ago. Married? Married. Well, in my history, there was also a woman by that name, but we didn't have such a storybook ending. One mistake was all it took, and I lost everything. And I've spent every moment since then regretting it. I think I understand. No, you don't. You can't possibly understand what it was like. One day your life is whole and perfect. And the next it's all snatched away. And you're left wondering where you went wrong. When it was over, I was angry, feeling sorry for myself. For a time, it seemed I'd lost the will to live. You see, Captain, whatever you may think of me, the fact of the matter was, I was heartbroken. And so you decided to do something about it. The truth is, even now, after so much time has passed, there are times when I'd give almost anything to feel her arms around me, to hear her tell me she loves me just one more time. That, Captain, is what you would so casually dismiss as inhuman. Now you answer me. Bad enough to be living in the past that was, to say nothing of the past that might have been. Doctor, I can't absolve you for what's past. But after serving with your counterpart for as long as I have, I can tell you this. It's patently obvious that whatever makes you, you, it's a part of him as well. He can be stubborn, arrogant, demanding. Gee, thanks. I wasn't finished. He's also one of the finest officers I've ever known. He's put himself on the line for us more times than I can count, and I would trust him with my life. Are you telling me this just to depress me? My point is, if whatever makes you who you are is also in him, then whatever makes him who he is, it's also in you. You really believe that? What I believe doesn't matter. The question is, what do you believe? I don't know. And that, more than anything, scares the hell out of me. Thank you for your time. Just one more thing. Next time, ask permission before you board this ship, in holographic or any other form. If you really are sincere about regaining some measure of humanity, you can start by reacquainting yourself with basic manners. Is that understood? Understood. Captain. Dismissed. We are secure from warp speed, now entering the Beta Reticuli system. Sensors are picking up a small temporal anomaly between the 4th and 5th planets. The radiation signature matches the readings from 2399 precisely. I'd say we have our fracture. We're coming into visual range. On screen. What the hell is that? It looks like a hole in the fabric of space and time. A tear. Voyager is hailing. Let's see it. Captain, you and the other Fitzgerald should keep your distance. Collapsing this thing could have some unpleasant side effects on normal space. Voyager can handle it. You can't. Very well, Doctor. Proceed at your discretion. Leslie, hold relative position here. Jennifer, advise our counterpart to do the same. Shields up, full power. Computer, charge pulse generators to maximum. Prepare to discharge through the main deflector.
Working.
That's it? That's it. Sensors confirm the fissure has been sealed. I'm not detecting any sign of residual damage. Don't everyone thank me at once. Good work, Doctor. Thank you. Oh, it was nothing, really. Doctor, if you're certain there's no further damage, we should be on our way. Fine by me. Voyager out. Jennifer, launch a Class 4 probe. We'll leave it behind to make sure that fracture doesn't reappear. Aye, Captain. Probe launch confirmed. Leslie, set course for Beta Stromgren. Maximum warp. Course laid in. Engage. Commander, where's everyone else? I ordered them to bed. None of us has gotten much sleep the last few days. I wanted to make use of the downtime while we have it. I see. Did you need something? I was just coming to deliver a status report to Captain Ronston. She's in her ready room. But you said she refused to rest until everyone else had gotten at least 4 hours. Some things never change. Computer, hot coffee. Double strong, double sweet. Come in. I hope I'm not intruding. Not at all. I was just about to have a cup of coffee. Would you care for something? No, thank you. I was just coming to report that repairs are complete. And 47 minutes ahead of schedule at that. Excellent work, to all involved. The real credit goes to your Commander Mitchell. We just went where she pointed us. You didn't come all the way up here just to deliver this. Is there something on your mind? There's a rumor going around that my future self was killed while rescuing you from the Cardassians. I won't ask who let that slip. So it's true. Yes, it is. Is that why you've been avoiding me? In case you haven't noticed, I've only got 6 crew members, and I haven't exactly... I'm sorry. It feels like I haven't slept in weeks. I guess I'm starting to feel the effects. Forget it. Wait! Merv. You're right. You're right. I was avoiding you, but it wasn't because of what he did in the future. Then what was it? I can't answer that. The only thing I can say is that the last time I saw him, I was less than kind. And he still... Merv, I need you to promise me something. What's that? Be patient with her. No matter what happens, no matter what she says, stay patient. And whatever you do, never walk away. Trust me, she needs you more than she knows. I don't understand. Merv, promise me! All right, you have my word. Thank you. So about our enemy, what's his name, Dracus? What do you think he's up to? I don't know. But I'll tell you one thing. He's not here for a quiet retirement. You can count on that. He's up to something bigger. I just wish I knew what it was.
A lifetime is a terrible thing to waste.
Just who the hell are you?
Don't you recognize your own face? In a mirror darkly.
You must be Dracus.
That I am.
How did you get aboard this vessel?
In another lifetime, I designed this ship. I know everything about it that you do. I know, for example, that the shields and weapon systems were based on Borg research you obtained from Starfleet intelligence. I know that its unique quantum crystalline armor is something you developed at Section 31, and I know that in building it, you combined the finest elements from Starfleet's most advanced designs. And I surmise that during the course of collapsing that hole in time, you took the liberty of collecting the Verteron particles you need to run your anti-time reactor. Convinced?
What do you want here?
We have a lot in common, you and I.
You're the one who caused a disaster in the future. And in another timeline, you're the one who renounced his humanity and tried to frame the Federation for genocide against the Romulans. A lot in common? I hardly think so.
Perhaps. Perhaps not. I suggest we leave that discussion for another time.
I'm only going to ask you one more time. What do you want?
I've come to make you the offer of a lifetime. Or perhaps of 2 lifetimes.
This should be good. What exactly did you have in mind?
Tell me, how did you come to be in this time?
Captain Ronston asked for my help. To undo the damage you caused in the future.
And now you've accomplished that. Yet you remain alongside your friends.
I couldn't just leave them. We're all in this together. What difference does it make to you?
Have you stopped to consider what they'll do now that you've served your purpose?
What are you talking about?
The people from the future know what you intend to do, and eventually, they'll discover as I have that you now have the means to carry out those intentions.
Nothing I intend to do.
Fool! I know you're counting on Gaius to lack the spine to stand in your way. Be assured, you underestimate him just as I did.
If you have a point to make it or be gone.
I could help you. I've developed the means to repair the damage to your tissues. I'm too far gone for it to be effective, but you could be fully restored to your former self.
And in return,
you help me eliminate those that stand between me and what I want.
You suggest that I should turn against them, betray the trust they've shown me.
It's no better than they deserve. I am what I am because Gaius betrayed me. Mark my words. He did it to me. And he'll certainly do it to you.
Explain something to me. If you're as powerful and as clever as I've heard, why didn't you seal that hole in time you left when you got here? You had to know the devastation it could cause if left unchecked.
Because at the time, I lacked the means to do so. Consider my proposal. It may be the only chance you have.
Bridge to Captain Rafe.
Go ahead.
Sir, Dr. Gar would like to speak with you.
Which one? Ours or the other one?
The other one, sir.
Put him through down here.
The other one?
We have to tell you apart somehow.
Am I disturbing you?
No, not at all.
I'll take that as a yes. I'm sorry,
Obviously, there's something on your mind. You can either tell me what it is, or curiosity will haunt me for the remainder of my days.
Is that sarcasm I hear?
Perish the thought. Now, what is it?
Tell me something. What happens when all this is over? When we get back to 2378?
I hadn't thought about it.
Well, you're thinking about it now, so out with it.
A court-martial? Definitely. Out of Starfleet? All but certain.
Penal colony?
I hope not. But
what?
I'll defend you as best I can. Everything you did after Wolf 359.
Get to the point.
You breached Federation security, stole top-secret construction blueprints, faked your death, and now...
The Fairgrieve. The proverbial atom that collapsed the star.
Indeed.
You can't go home again. I suppose that should come as no surprise.
Brayan, what brought this on?
Just talking to myself.
I should have never had that damned holo communicator installed.
We're coming up on Beta Stromgren. Let's see what we've got. Bring us out of warp. Scan the system. Let's find out what Dracus has been up to. I'm picking up some kind of structure on long-range sensors. Its coordinates place it in the exact center of the supernova remnant. Hiding in plain sight. I'm getting some strange readings. Something's not right. We're coming into visual range of the... whatever it is. Let's see it. Magnify. What is it? It looks like a standard Federation construction yard. In the middle of nowhere? Like hell it is. Agreed. Renee, analysis. The energy signatures that thing is putting out don't make any sense. Something weird is going on out there. Captain, I don't think that structure is what we should be concerned about. Oh my god. He's building another one, and with some improvements by the look of it. Doctor, full sensor scan. I want to know everything there is to know about that ship. Yeah. Scanning. It looks like we're in luck. Primary systems are still offline. We're being scanned. Shields up. We're being hailed. It's coming from the Mark II. Open a channel.
I see your determination knows no bounds.
Where you're concerned, there aren't any. I have to say I'm impressed. You've really outdone yourself this time.
Indeed I have, and I've only just begun. I warned you to stay out of this. Now you'll pay the price for interfering.
That's a bold statement for someone in your position. You can come along peacefully or in pieces. The choice is yours.
A bold statement for someone in your position, Admiral.
3 against 1. The disadvantage is yours.
We shall see.
I have a bad feeling about this.
They came. They weren't swayed by what I told them. They refused to give up.
Just as I told you they would.
Unfortunately for them, persistence is futile. Prepare for launch.
The second ship is powering up. Propulsion, shields, weapons. He's preparing to launch. We're too late. Red alert! He's not getting away that easily.
Main power is holding. Impulse engines are standing by.
Then by all means, engage.
The other Fitzgerald is powering weapons. They've accelerated to attack speed.
Do the same. Lock onto the enemy ship and prepare to fire as soon as they're in range.
Computer, decrease velocity by 35%.
Acknowledged.
The Mark II is on a heading out of the system, but it doesn't look like their warp drive is online yet. Unfortunately, his tactical systems seem to be working just fine. Even Achilles had a vulnerability, Doctor. Captain Voyager is falling back. Let him go. This isn't his fight. Transphasic torpedoes ready. Attack pattern Omega 4. Jennifer, dispersal pattern Sierra. And fire! No discernible damage to the Mark II. Shields down to 72%. Jennifer, coordinate our attack with Lieutenant Erickson. Triangulate fire on any targets of opportunity. Aye.
Shields are holding.
Continue targeting the ship from 2399. Stand by proton beams.
Impulse power is fluctuating. Shields down to 30%. Power coupling severed in starboard weapons array. Attempting to bypass. Hard to port! His primary attention remains focused on the other ship.
Kendra, make the Fitzgerald a more serious threat.
Hull breach on deck 27. We've lost the starboard power couplings. Shields at 50%.
Mr. Parks, bring us around to course 215, mark 310. Attack pattern Epsilon 3. Continual fire, all phasers.
I can't let this happen. Computer, red alert. And power up the weapons array. We're going in. Shields at 26% and falling. Guard a Wraith.
I'm a little busy right now, Doctor.
Gaius, listen to me. Bring your ship to a course of 063 Mark 985. On my signal, target his secondary command processors. That's his only vulnerable spot. This may be our only chance, so hit him with everything you've got. He's drawing Dracus's fire.
I see it. Doctor, acknowledged. Kendra, relay the plan to our counterparts.
Aye, sir.
Shield penetration 17%.
Steady as she goes. We're in position. Stand by to fire. Stand by. And now! Now!
Now!
Direct hit. Damage report on the Mark I. Shields have failed, main power is at 38%, but life support seems to be holding. The Mark II's warp drive just came online. They're preparing to engage. We have to stop him!
Warp drive is standing by.
Excellent. That just leaves one thing left to do.
Dracus is locking weapons on the Mark I. Leslie, one life sign. Fluctuating, but he is alive. Beam him directly to sickbay. Can we pursue the Mark II? Warp engines are offline. And our counterparts are in even worse shape. We're not going anywhere for a while. So what the hell do we do now?
Our warp drive will be back online in less than 12 hours. But our technical array took heavy damage. It'll be twice that long before we're battle ready.
Maybe you weren't paying attention, but we just got the stuffing kicked out of us. Somehow I don't think going in with phasers firing is going to get us anywhere. I'm open to suggestions. How many fingers do I have up? That's not very damn funny. Good as new. Are you all right, Doctor? I'm fine. Not like I almost died or anything. Which ship is this? Mine. You're welcome, by the way. I suppose I should express my gratitude, since I lost my ship saving yours. Captain. I'll be right there. Bradley. Times like this, I wish I wasn't allergic to Redneck's 5. Well, that's better. Are you still here? When were you going to tell me? When were you going to tell me? Tell you what? That the tall, dark, and sinister, ugly man that we're chasing down is really a scary future version of me. He popped in for a holographic visit last night. I was afraid if you knew, it might complicate things. And what did you think would happen when I found out? It seemed like a good idea. At the time. Well, there you have it. Fine. So we both kept secrets when we shouldn't have, but things have changed. I need your cooperation, now more than ever. No more games? No more games. That's a promise. But if I can't trust you, then I can't trust your statement that I can trust you. I almost can't believe I'm saying this. It's a replicator. A replicator? Yes, sir. Those odd readings we were getting when we first arrived. Residue of the materialization process. Renee, is there any way we can use that thing to help expedite repairs? I'd have to get inside it and figure out how it works, and then reprogram it. But in all honesty, I'm not sure how much use it could be. The structure isn't large enough to accommodate the Fitzgerald. Maybe not. But we might still be able to get a new driver coil assembly for the warp engines. I'd say it's worth the attempt. I'll get started. Bradley, why are we still alive? I can only surmise because Dracus has more important things to worry about, like restoring his physiology. And once that's done, in this time frame, all of us are easy targets. He'll take us out and then, game over. I won't mince words. The odds are against us and the situation is grim. Dracus got the better of us once, and if we don't handle this exactly right, it'll happen again. But this time, if we lose, there are no more second chances. He'll hunt down our past selves one by one, and there won't be anyone left to stop him. In the past, present, or future. We don't know where he is now, but we know where he will be. The Borg attack at Wolf 359 occurs in 8 days. Dracus' target event will happen 27 hours later. We have that long to come up with a plan. I can't speak for anyone else, but I think we've played temporal hopscotch enough for one lifetime. Or 2, or even 3. When we catch up to him, we do whatever it takes to put an end to him. I don't care what it takes or how far we have to go. Is that understood? Good.
With access to the Starship Replicator, our repairs will proceed much more swiftly. But standard-issue Starfleet weaponry, from my time or yours, will be insufficient should it come down to another firefight.
We're hoping to avoid that eventuality at all costs, but we have to be prepared. To that end, our intention is to use the Starship Replicator to produce upgrades for the tactical and defensive systems of both our ships. Now, this would be a big job under ideal circumstances, and I don't need to tell you that what we have is far from ideal, but if we all pull together, I think we might just pull it off. Let's bring it! You heard him. You call that motivational speaking? You do better off the cuff. Come on, we've got work to do. Diagnostics check out on all the new systems. Borg shielding and weapon systems are fully operational, and we've replicated full complements of triphasic quantum warheads for both ships. And with 36 hours to go until Wolf 359. Well done.
Excellent work. To all involved.
Would the two of you please excuse us?
How did you know I'd want to speak with you privately?
Because I know that expression. I saw it on your face for years, and now I do the same thing.
Naturally.
So what's on your mind?
It occurs to me that being here now presents us with a unique opportunity.
How so?
Wolf 359 is the single greatest Holocaust since the founding of the Federation. Between the two of us, we have more than enough firepower to disable or even destroy a Borg cube of this era.
Ever since we got here, I've been wrestling with that very question.
And?
Anytime you start altering history, you open Pandora's box. That's what got us into this mess in the first place. You and I both know that because of what happens at Wolf 359, Starfleet knew they had to be ready the next time the Borg came. In developing a defense, millions, perhaps billions of lives were saved. If we do anything to interfere with what's about to happen, it could easily do more harm than good. I know how much you want to save your father. I wish there was a way. But for now, we just have to let history unfold as we remember it.
Your cellular peptide levels have dropped another 14%. If this keeps up, you won't make it another 30 hours, to say nothing of getting into that Borg cube.
Concern for me, or fear of losing the opportunity I offer?
Both, as I'm certain you're aware. You shouldn't be up here. You should be regenerating, or in your quarters. You need rest.
I'll rest when I'm dead.
You may just get your wish if you're not careful. I want you to go to your quarters and rest for at least 4 hours. I could always make it 5.
Very well. 4 hours. You have the bridge. You're sure you did your level best at Beta Stronggrit?
I beg your pardon.
Convenient that despite our tactical superiority, we failed to overpower those 2 ships. One might question whether my tactical officer really had his mind on his work.
You saw what I saw. I hit them with everything we had, and they just kept coming.
Perhaps. Because I'd hate to think you were having second thoughts about our arrangement.
Who is it? Leslie, it's Jennifer. Mind if I come in? Please. Computer, increase ambient lighting by 40%. What is it? Listen, I realize you and I have never exactly been close. Spare me the hand-holding. What did you come here to say? What I'm trying to tell you is that I was wrong. I beg your pardon. Right after Alphecca, I tried to convince Kendra not to trust you. To be honest, I didn't trust you. And now, these last few days, I've watched my friend come back to life. You've done more than anyone might have expected, and I'm woman enough to admit when I'm wrong. When we get home, Kendra's going to recommend that the reinstatement of your commission be made permanent. When she does, I plan to be right beside her, saying the same thing. Come in. What is this? It's a holographic recreation of one of my favorite thinking spots from Earth. I come here when I want to just get away from it all. Seems like an odd choice, even for you. Most things of sentimental value tend to be like that. No one else sees it quite the way we do. You wanted to see me? Yes, I did. Well, I'm here. Now what is it? I wanted there to be peace between us. Not likely. Wait, please. I'm listening. I wanted to know how the other half lives. You want to know about my wife, my Christy. In my timeline, she stabbed me in the back and left me for dead. Too interested in a carefree life to be there when I needed her. What's she like in yours? She's everything I could have asked for. A very strong, capable woman. Good listener. Handles a paintbrush and a batleth with equal facility, and never tires of one-upping me when it comes to a good game of three-dimensional chess. You lost her and it broke you. These things happen, but do you know what it's like? To suddenly find someone who makes you happier than you thought possible, who fills a void you never thought existed, and then to suddenly lose them. I know exactly what it's like. When the continuum shattered in the future, she was killed. But now that's been undone, and she's waiting for you back in the future. I sure as hell hope so. What difference does any of this make to you? I lost the best thing that ever happened to me. Everything I've done since then, everything I've given up, was to try to set things right. Second chances are so rare. You have to understand what this one means to me, and what you represent. Hope. I represent hope. That everything you've been through might be worth it after all. You see, maybe we're not so different after all. Don't bet on it. When things go wrong, you don't tuck tail and run away. You stand up and keep stepping forward, one foot in front of the other. You face challenge head on. We taught that to Gaius after he lost his father. Yes, we did. Listen, I don't expect us to see eye to eye on everything, but I think it's fair to say that we both want the same thing. I'm not the maniacal supervillain that everyone seems to think I am. Why are you telling me this? Because if I can't convince myself, what hope do I have of convincing the others? I'll try to keep an open mind. The rest is up to you. That's all I ask. Ronston to Dr. Gar. Go ahead. Doctor, please report to the bridge. It's starting.
Resistance is futile. You will disarm your weapons and escort us to Sector 001. If you attempt to intervene, we will destroy you.
Org Cube in firing range. Break formation and commence firing. Melbourne to Goodson and Bellerophon, move to forward position Alpha. Cover the Bonstel. We've lost the Kyushu and the Yellowstone. 16 dead, 52 wounded on the flagship. We're taking heavy fire. We need reinforcements.
They've locked on.
Reroute auxiliary power.
Shields have failed.
Hull breach on decks 3, 4, and 5. Emergency force fields are offline. Evacuate the affected areas.
Shields are down to 47%.
Recalibrate shield nutation.
No effect.
Captain, we've lost the Melbourne, and the Saratoga, and the Kyushu.
Engineering to bridge. We've got a major coolant leak down here. We are 2 minutes from a warp core breach. There's nothing I can do.
We should separate the saucer section.
There's no time. All hands to emergency escape pods. Abandon ship. Repeat, all hands, abandon ship. You too, Thomas. Get the hell out of here.
Not as long as we still have weapons. If If those bastards want to go after my son, they'll have to go through me. Unless, of course, you care to throw me in the brig for insubordination.
Give him hell, Mr. Wraith. All operative weapons, fire at will! Federation power signatures from the site of battle have ceased. Captain, I'm so sorry.
If it's all right, I'd like to return to my own ship now.
Of course. Leslie, continue monitoring the area, and as soon as the Borg ship departs, set a course for Wolf 359. Captain? You heard me. Maximum warning. Aye, Captain. I'll be in my quarters. Bradley, you have the bridge. Admiral? How would you feel if you made the choice she made? Not to interfere. She wants to face the consequences of that decision.
Computer hot coffee, black. Coffee is no cure for insomnia. I realize this must seem strange, but this is neither an illusion nor a dream. What you're seeing is real. I don't have much time. We need to talk. Where's Kendra?
She's indisposed at the moment. I've assumed command until further notice.
I see.
Is there something I can do for you?
Several hours ago, I had a very strange experience. What appeared to be a hologram of me appeared in my quarters, with a most intriguing story to tell.
Did this hologram appear much older than you, perhaps wearing an admiral's uniform?
In fact, he did. Why did no one tell me that I was involved in all this?
Because, frankly, no one was quite sure exactly how he was involved, or why. Besides, knowing our enemy, I highly doubt he's the real thing. In the timeline we came from, Dracus wanted to kill him.
Whoever or whatever it was, he knew details of my life that no one else could possibly know. He knew that after I failed my first astronomy exam at the academy, I very nearly withdrew. He knew that during my second semester, I was intimidated by Dr. Kilmartin. And he knew that in the months before graduation, I became enamored with a woman named Amanda Allen, even though I lacked the courage to speak to her. And since then, I've had no greater regret.
Captain, what exactly did he tell you?
Very little. He seemed far more interested in asking questions than answering them. Questions about us.
About us?
It seems he's begun to feel as though he sold his soul to a devil, which may not be far from the truth based on what we know of Dracus.
Are you suggesting?
I'm not suggesting anything at the moment, Ensign. Captain, my apologies. I merely state my suspicions that he may be questioning his allegiance.
Why would he be helping Dracus in the first place? Surely if he expected you to trust him, he told you at least that much.
After your last confrontation with Dracus, 10 years ago from your perspective, he was dying and he knew it. When his ship was destroyed in Sector 585, he lost almost everything, and he was desperate. So he offered my counterpart a choice. Assist him with finding a means of survival, or die.
Admiral Rafe knew full well what Dracus was and what he was capable of. I have a hard time accepting that he'd do anything to help him, regardless of the circumstances. In hostage situations, when threats of force fail, the only alternative is to offer something even more valuable than survival. So what was it? What could convince your counterpart to sell his soul to a devil like Dracus?
My father's life. In return for my counterpart's help finding a way to heal himself, he promised to rescue my father from the Goodson before it was destroyed.
Of course. It's the one thing that would matter even more than his own life. In his mind, it would be a worthy trade-off. Get his father back and stop Dracus later on. But for him to be questioning that arrangement now, something must have gone wrong.
As to that, I can only speculate. Perhaps he's begun to believe that Dracus has no intention of keeping his word.
I find all of this just a bit too convenient. How was he able to get a transmission off the Mark II without Dracus knowing about it?
It seems Dracus's condition is deteriorating rapidly. He's spending increasing amounts of time regenerating. My impression is that he'll barely survive long enough to acquire the technology he needs.
So he's getting desperate. More likely to act quickly, make a mistake. That's still speculation for now. Until we know more, we... Bridge to Observation Lounge. Prentice here. Admiral, we're approaching the Wolf system. Sensors show no sign of Borg or Starfleet activity. We should be safe for a while. Advise Dr. Falwell, and bring us out of warp at the edge of the system. We don't want to disturb anything. Aye, sir. That's all. We are secure from warp speed. Now entering the Wolf system. I'm picking up a warp signature consistent with a Class 4 drive system. The Enterprise is already come and gone. Good. No need to be looking over our shoulders. Captain on the bridge. Thank you, Bradley. As you were. We are coming into visual range of the battle site. On screen. and doing the right thing carries a high price. If I wasn't absolutely sure some good would come of this, the price is still too damned high. Captain, I have something I'd like to say. Go ahead, Leslie. 7 days ago, I had nothing to live for. My Starfleet career was in tatters, I had no friends left, and no purpose. I spent my days serving drinks and distracting Dabo players. I never wanted anything to do with Starfleet or responsibilities again. Then everything changed, and I found myself right back where it all started. I had a purpose again. More than that, I had a chance at redemption. I've made some mistakes, and I've been lucky enough to undo some of them. Family is just a word, until someone comes along and gives it meaning. Captain, somewhere along the way, I realized this is where I belong. I may have forgotten that for a while, but I'm certain now. You believed in me when no one else would, and I think I speak for all of us in saying, we believe in you. Don't turn your back on us now. We may not have been able to prevent their deaths, but it's not too late to make those deaths count for something. Doctor, what do you say we put an end to this once and for all? I'd say you took the words right out of my mouth, but something seems to be missing. Admiral, what do you think? I think a ship needs its captain. I can keep it warm, but there's only one person who belongs there.
We're at our best when we all work together, but we're missing a member of our family, and without her, we are less.
As a doctor, I must point out that the loss of a major organ can severely debilitate a living thing. Even transplants can only do so much. No offense, Admiral. None taken. I'd be grateful, Captain, if you'd give the word. Who am I to venture against popular opinion? What are your orders, Captain? Doctor. Yes, ma'am. What do you say we put an end to this once and for all? I thought you'd never ask. Then what are we standing around for? Renee, the word is given. Leslie, plot a course for Sector 001, maximum warp. Jennifer, tactical systems to stand by. Doctor, you're our expert on Borg technology. I want a plan for getting into that cube when and if the time comes. Aye, Captain. Tactical systems ready. Bradley. Thank you. You do the same for me. Warp engines are standing by. Course for Sector 001 laid in. It's showtime. Engage. The Borg ship has broken through the Mars defense perimeter. Right on schedule. Coming up on Sector 001. Slow to impulse. The Borg vessel is on a direct heading for Earth. The Enterprise is in pursuit. 2.1 AU and closing. I'm scanning for the Mark II. No sign of anomalous warp signatures. If he's here, he won't be easy to find. Ensign Mitchell, increase sensor gain to maximum, and scan for traces of neutronium tetracyclate. Please. I don't understand either. What's neutronium? It's the alloy the Mark II's hull armor is composed of. Just one improvement among many over the original. Let's hope we don't have to find out about the rest. Let's hope. Doctor, sensors aren't showing any trace of neutronium in the system. We're still too far out. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. A haystack 30 AU in diameter. Kendra, what do we do? He's here, Captain. Just like I told you. I'm sure of it. We stick to the plan. Renee, status of refractive shielding. Modifications are coming online now. Unless someone gets right on top of us, we should be able to avoid detection. Phasers have been set to a rotating modulation. Transphasic torpedoes online and ready to launch. It's not too late to change your mind.
We can't get out backwards. We've got to go forward to go back. If it's all the same to you, I'll stay. This is where I belong.
All right. Welcome aboard. Admiral Prentice to Commander Prentice.
Go ahead.
Captain Rafe has elected to remain with us. Proceed as planned.
Acknowledged, Admiral. We'll be there when you need us. And good luck. Fitzgerald out.
Godspeed. The other ship is moving off. Then let's do this. Leslie, take us in. We're within visual range of Earth. On screen. No matter what happens here, we made a difference in our own time. That's what counts. I have the Borg cube. Let's see it. Approach from the cube's southern face. That should keep us out of sight so the Enterprise doesn't spot us. Aye, sir? I've located the Mark II. It's tethered to the Borg hull with some kind of magnetic grapple. Reading normal output from the Borg vessel's power grid. We'll have to keep our distance until the cube shuts down. Which should be any minute now. The Borg are attempting to lock onto us with their tractor beam. Doctor, now it's your turn. I'm on it. Computer, rotate shield frequency, pattern GAR 1. Doctor, your adjustment doesn't seem to be helping. Going to manual. Okay, I can do this. I'm gonna try rephasing the shields to an inverse multiphasic bandwidth. It might be enough to disperse the beam and keep them from locking on. Modified mutation is having no effect. I know. They're adapting faster than I can compensate. I don't know how much longer I can... They've got us. Leslie, full reverse. The Borg are powering up their cutting beam. They're slicing into the engineering section. They're carving us up like a roast. I thought the Borg ship was supposed to be shut down by now. So I was premature, don't take it personally. Hull breach, Deck 27, Section 49 Alpha. It should happen any second now. Almost. They've stopped. Renee, the Borg power readings have dropped to minimum levels. Weapons are powering down, and their electromagnetic field is gone. It would seem the Borg have fallen asleep on the job. Reading 2 transports from the Mark II. Leslie, can you track them? There's still a lot of interference from the Borg power distribution system. It looks like they beamed into the center of the cube, probably somewhere near the central plexus. How close can you get us? I can get you within 50 meters. Maybe 40 if we push the confinement beam. I'll take it. Kendra. Jennifer, I know what you're going to say and I don't want to hear it. Kendra. Actually, I was volunteering to come along. All right, join the party. Doctor, you're with me. Bradley, the ship is yours.
I'm coming too.
Kendra, be careful.
We will.
Set phasers to maximum.
Captain?
Dracus has to be stopped. I don't like the idea of taking a life any more than you do, but he spread misery and suffering through a total of 3 timelines. It ends here.
Understood.
Picking up 2 humanoid life signs up ahead, 35 meters. Let's go. Renee, how bad is it? Bad. When the Borg breached our hull, they ruptured our primary deuterium tanks. Decks 25 through 29 were completely flooded. Can you seal the leak? Yes, sir, but that's not the problem. When the tanks blew, it destroyed the starboard EPS regulator on Deck 26. We've lost propulsion. What can we do? I've contained the leak and vented the deuterium, but I won't know how bad the damage is until I can see if any of the emergency backups are still intact. Renee, in less than 5 minutes, that cube is going to self-destruct. If we're still here when that happens, don't worry, my membership in the Guild of Miracle Workers is still current. I'll be in engineering. Leslie, keep an eye on the engines. Let me know the instant you have power to the helm. Right. Just up ahead.
I was beginning to think you were losing your touch. Hello, Captain. Gaius. It seems we're all together again.
Dracus, I presume.
Well, what were you expecting? A disembodied brain in an android body? A chrome mask with blades and a cape, perhaps? Ridiculous. And where would you be without lovable, dependable me?
You say that as though it's a bad thing. At least my word still counts for something.
You give your word to those who fail to appreciate its value. No matter. You've chosen to side with them, so shall you die with them.
Well, you're right about one thing. Today is a good day to die. Jennifer, don't!
Do you see now? I wasn't about to let you interfere. Not now. Not when I'm this close to winning. I've won. And you've lost. You all have. No more games, no more riddles, no more curtains 1 and 2, just plain curtains.
Admiral, think about what's happening here, what he's capable of. You can't let him win.
Oh, Gaius knows his place. I'm prepared to offer him something that you can't, and nothing you say or do can change that.
Second chances are quite rare.
Gaius, listen to me. This isn't right and you know it. Even if you succeed, what then?
He said it himself. If he manages to heal himself, he'll be unstoppable. In another timeline, he killed thousands, and he'd happily do it again. That's the kind of man with whom you've allied yourself.
Gaius, think about everything your father stood for. What do you think he'd say if he knew what you'd done to save him? What would he say if he knew what his son had become? An accomplice to a mass murderer.
I think he'd say the price was too damned high.
You're wasting your time. Do you understand now? You can follow me anywhere in time, foil my plans again and again. In the end, it doesn't matter, because I am forever.
I guess forever just isn't what it used to be.
For our Father. For our Father. Is it over?
It's over. It's finally over. You did good, guys. You did good.
I don't know how it happened. From the moment I agreed to help him, I knew I had to find a way to stop him. Then I helped him that first time, and again, and again, and again after that. And before I knew it...
It doesn't matter now. Whatever happened, whatever you might have done, you've earned redemption. Now Dracus can never hurt anyone again, and it's all thanks to you. I hate to break this up, but we should really get the hell out of here. This whole ship is going to blow any minute.
Agreed. At your leisure, Captain... Oh!
So much for the mighty morbid powermonger. 3 strikes. You're out.
It is regrettable. But in our time, he'd have been an aberration. And in yours, a fugitive.
Apprentice to Captain Ronston.
I'm here, Bradley.
Kendra, we have a problem.
The Borg attack disabled our propulsion systems. Renee's trying to make repairs, but...
How long?
At least an hour. Bradley, we don't have that kind of time.
Contact Command Apprentice. We have no alternative.
Already done, but they're
Too far away. They'll never make it in time. We could try decompressing the... shuttle bay. Shuttlecraft. Good thinking. Kendra, get back here fast. We're abandoning ship. Acknowledged. 5 to beam back. Not quite, Captain Ronston. Doctor, what the hell do you think you're doing? It's better this way. In our time, I'm a fugitive. And in your time, I'd be an aberration. And no matter what happens, there'd always be a chance of my turning into him. I don't think I could live with that. Doctor, this is no time to start worrying about what-ifs. Drop the force field and let's get out of here. We'll sort everything out once this is over. Kendra, the Borg power grid is starting to chain react. We're out of time.
Brian, listen to me. You yourself taught me that life consists of a great many stories all being told simultaneously. How important it is that we remember which ones we're a part of, and that we each must play our role. You can't let it end this way. Your story's not over yet.
Gaius, there's nothing left to say. You said it yourself, there's nothing left for me in our time. As long as he exists, then in a way I got what I wanted. A fresh start without the burden of memory. A chance to be happy. Gaius, I know your father would be proud because I am. Now go! Go! Kendra, if we don't get off this ship right now, we never will. Fitzgerald, get us out of here! She was a good ship. Yes, she was. But at least now she'll get a proper send-off. I know. I'm setting a rendezvous course for the other Fitzgerald. Engaging full impulse. Time. 47 seconds. Merv, can you give me any more? Impulse reactors are at 125% pressure. Any more than that and she'll fly apart. Fly her apart then!
Distance from the Borg ship.
2,000 kilometers. Not far enough. And your ship is still 4 AU away. Self-destruct in 40 seconds. Transporter range in 35 seconds. Prentice to transporter room. Status. We're almost ready, Commander. I've tied the inertial compensators into the transporter buffer. As soon as we're in range, we can lock on and bring the shuttle aboard. I've already set coordinates for Cargo Base 6. Ensign Call, you let me know the instant the transporter is online. I'd better get back to it, sir. 20 seconds. Why do we always have to cut these things so damn close?
My Fitzgerald is closing. It's going to be close.
Self-destruct in 15 seconds. Transporter range in 10 seconds. 9. 8. Warp drive standing by. There they are. Just a few more seconds. We're in range. I have a pattern lock. Energizing. The shuttlecraft is aboard, Commander. Helm, get us out of here. We've cleared the system, Captain. Course 351 Mark 11, speed, warp 2. No sign of pursuit. Our refractive shielding must have worked. Starfleet didn't detect us. They probably still picked up the energy signature of the second tractor beam. But with Dracus dead, the future restored, and the Mark II destroyed, I think we've done all we can here.
A perfectly fine sentiment. But with your ship destroyed and the time device with it, we have no way of getting home.
Actually, that's not entirely accurate.
Report.
According to the time-base beacon at Starbase 412, we're right back where we started from. Back where we belong.
Then I'd say it's time we got you back where you belong. So, this is goodbye.
Thank you for everything, sir. I don't know how we would have done it without you.
You'd have found a way. This has been one of the most remarkable experiences of my lifetime, and certainly the most enlightening.
For all of us. Think of it as an opportunity to take the future into your hands, make changes now, so that some things never happen. Agreed. Just remember, second chances are very rare. I expect all of you to remember that. Good advice. Captain, we're ready. Boronite reactor is patched in and standing by. Thank you, Commander. Captain, thank you again for all your help.
Someone helped me when I needed it. I could hardly do any less for you.
It's good to see you again, Gaius.
Dr. Gar has provided the temporal and spatial coordinates for your return to the future. I'll see that Starfleet has a recovery team waiting for you. A simple thank you would have sufficed.
Take care of yourself, sir.
I'll do that.
Bradley, what did you tell him before? In 2378, when we left to go back to our own ship. I reminded him that each of us will face a challenge that forces us to confront who we are, and that how we meet those challenges is what defines us. You think that's what made him follow us back? The captain himself would say that we should never underestimate the power of just a few words, spoken to the right person at the right time. Come on, let's go home. Captain's Log, Stardate 79987.4. Everyone who belongs in 2378 is there, and everyone who belongs in 2399 is here. All is well. With the original Dr. Gar dead, Captain Rafe has returned to Beta Reticuli 4 to disassemble the hidden lab there. The Christie android will be taken to the Daystrom Institute for study. Hopefully, with time, we'll be able to help her realize her full potential. Explaining the circumstances of our mission to Admiral Thornton was one of the more unique experiences of my career. I've recommended commendations for everyone involved, especially Leslie Call, whose performance exceeded my every expectation. Captain Hargrove was kind enough to lend her support to my recommendation that Leslie be permanently reinstated. Although Starfleet Command agreed, they refused to restore her rank of Lieutenant Commander. Leslie will have to work her way back up from the rank of Lieutenant, but I have every confidence she will, with a little help from her friends. As for me, despite the loss of the Fitzgerald, Starfleet has wasted no time in presenting me with my next assignment. It's with some trepidation that I move forward, but I am moving forward. Captain on the bridge. As you were. You knew. I knew. But it wasn't my idea. I don't understand. Maybe you should ask him.
Permission to come aboard?
Captain, forgive me, Admiral. Sir, there are no words to express how I feel at this moment.
Me too, Kendra. Me too.
But if he was killed on the Borg cube, how can he be here? I hate temporal mechanics. Well, what do you say we make it official? Computer, transfer command codes to Captain Kendra Elizabeth Ronston. Authorization Prentice 248 Juliet Bravo.
Command codes transferred.
She's all yours. Captain. Well, what are we standing around for? Let's see what this new ship is made of. Stations, everyone. Dock control has cleared us for departure. All decks report ready. Warp and impulse engines are standing by. Helm standing by.
There's no time like the present, Kendra.
Well said. Leslie, ahead 1/4 impulse. Ahead 1/4 impulse. You know, in all the excitement, I completely forgot. What is it, Bradley? Today's the first day of the new century. January 1st, 2400.
Well, that's certainly fitting, isn't it?
That it is. And I think the 25th century has good things in store. Let's see what's out there. Leslie, set course 310, Mark 215. Speed, warp 7. Course and speed, set. Engage. Ensign? Congratulations again. I wouldn't be here if not for you. You supported me when it counted. You should talk to Gaius, too. It's not right the way things ended between you two. Maybe. Someday. You can't stay angry with him forever. You have to learn to forgive. I never could say no to you. If you'll help me, then I'll try. I'll be there every step of the way. I love you. I love you too. Don't ever change. Excuse me, Miss Townsend? Yes? Well, this is going to sound odd, but we've had this message in our databanks for the last 8 months. It was marked for your eyes only and had instructions to be delivered to you today, right here. Where did it come from? We don't know. All right. Thank you. Hello, Christy. I can only imagine what you're thinking and feeling at this moment. I can assure you this is quite real. I am Brayan Gar, but I come from the year 2378. I don't have a lot of time, but what I have to say is very important. I'd like to talk to you about the future.
Brendan is a fool. La 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 la.